Hi. Happy 4th, Massalorian.
Happy 4th to you, Tony. Happy Canada Day, belated a little bit to any Canadians out there. Canada Day was Friday, July 1st. So Pantheon and all the Canucks.
Happy
Canucks
Canada Day, eh?
Yeah. Yes. How was what did you do today, T? Anything?
We took it easy. You know, it's blazing hot down here in Texas.
Oh, I bet.
100 plus something. I mean, I took some trash outside and I almost fainted.
Did you? Just from taking the trash out? Jeez.
No, I'm just kidding, but
it's hot.
Pretty hot. If you don't have a pool to jump in within about 3 steps, you're basically screwed. So it's either pool or theater. Maybe we'll do a movie tomorrow. By the way, did you hear Minions is doing really, really well this weekend?
I did. Yes, I did. Yes. Yep. First big weekend of the quarter for us, right? And next weekend we have Thor coming out, which I'm really excited about. Hopefully it does very well.
I was a little worried, to be honest, about Minions because the preview didn't wow me. Maybe I'm not the target audience.
Probably not.
And I saw what happened with Toy Story, and I was like, oh no, maybe we're losing the family, movie going experience. But maybe it seems like it was something specific to Toy Story, to Buzz Lightyear.
I believe so.
Because they are embracing Minions. I love it.
Yeah. Guys, happy 4th of July to everyone. We got in the chat right now. I'm a professional. Good evening, Scott K, Derek A, Sub the Boss. Good evening. Carl J, 8 Blazing does stuff. Andrew, Steven Guardado, Minions movement, says Andrew. Yeah, that's good news, right? Did you have that fear for a little bit that maybe things were slowing down economically for families to be able to afford to go to a movie?
I wasn't really quite sure how to judge what was going on with, I mean, Sonic the Hedgehog did really good, right?
Yeah.
And then we saw that Toy Story nosedive. I keep on calling it Toy Story. I should not insult Toy Story like that. Lightyear, Buzz Lightyear.
That's right.
So I think maybe it's safe to assume that was a one-off political family decision type thing.
Agreed. I think you're right. Good morning from the UK, says Vasil. Good morning, Vasil. Thor coming up, says Tossin. Absolutely. We're waiting for it. Waiting for Thor. Tony, you have to wear the suit if you see Minions. With the space suit?
I saw that on Twitter. Everybody dressed up in the Minions suit. I was like, man, I'm in the wrong fan club. These guys got it down. They're all coming into the theater with their Minions, like full bodysuit Minions on.
That's funny. I
did not know that existed in the adult world.
It does. Yeah, I guess so. Phil, for real, what is up, my brother? Much love to Phil in the chat. Missing you, Phil. But have the shorts covered yet? No. So then what are we talking about?
Exactly. Phil, for real. What's up?
Volvux Cranium. What's good? The Massalorian hopes everything gravy for you. Yeah, man, we're good. I got T on the live stream. And I just got back a little while ago from checking out the new place. Good evening, Mass and Tony from Raphael.
Did you say hi to Biggums?
No, is he in the chat? Biggums? I see. Oh, yeah. Okay. Biggums. Yes. Good evening, Biggums. Chad Clifford. Good evening.
What's up, amigos?
Show. Chad, how you doing, man? Ernest, good evening.
PDX Dave.
Yes. You want to pull some T?
Let's see who I'm trying to keep up with who you missed. Ernest, Platinum, Jason, Jody Lambert. Is that Jody? Yes. I've been sent to spread the message. God bless Texas. I love that song. and Boston and Tennessee and Florida.
Yeah, from Austin to Boston.
I was talking to my sister today. Happy birthday to my sister. It is her birthday. She lives up in Chicago, and we were talking about all the politics of Chicago. And she was talking about moving to Tennessee once her kids get out of school. So funny that you mentioned Tennessee, Jody. We have no roots in Tennessee, by the way. Well, actually, I have a nephew that lives in Nashville now.
Oh, you do? Okay. All right. That's right in the center. Right in the center of the state. Phil said they just had a fireworks show. Chad saying, good evening, folks. Chad, how you doing, man? Liz claiming, good evening, darling. King of the North.
Good evening. Clark,
Let's see. Yeah, you wanna shout out some? We got some new ones, T.
Alexa, what's going on? Alexa says, whatever happened to Melvin Capital short position? Yeah, Melvin was closing out all of their fund. I'm not gonna say anything definitively, right? Because there's not a whole lot of access to information, but we don't know what short positions they actually were still holding because they're not required to report it. So unable to answer that question. I know there was a lot of speculation that on the other channels that Melvin closing down was going to cause this massive short squeeze. I'm not sure exactly how they were saying that, since none of us know what shorts anybody has.
They had, right?
But it makes for some good clickbait videos.
Yeah, good conversation. Right. Mr. Simon, good evening. Bigum's in the house. Sub the Hoss is saying what's up. Vasil says, did you guys watch Jay Ingram's video yesterday? No, Vasil. What was it? What was it concerning?
What was the question?
Did you see Jay Ingram's video from yesterday from Vasil?
Oh, no, I did not.
No, me neither.
I watched a few videos this weekend. I got kind of stuck in I was laughing with my sister. I said, I got stuck in a rabbit hole of Karen videos this weekend.
Oh, how'd you do that? How did that happen?
I don't know how that happened. Karens get what's coming to them. Anybody else guilty pleasure? It's a 3-day weekend. I said, what the hell? I've done enough due diligence for the last week. Let's have some real entertainment.
I know. Steven says Lightyear had so many high expectations of being a Toy Story derivative, hence the drop. Disney might have told Pixar to include some stuff. Yes, Steven. So according to reports coming out of Disney and Pixar, they took out the 12-second video clip that everyone was complaining about. But when the bill in Florida was going to get passed for the kids in elementary school there, Chapek decided to put it back in. So they added it back in when they got the backlash, and we had a $51 million opening weekend. So it is what it is. Like I said in the last video, it's time to move on, right? We got to take a next step. Like Tony just said, Pixar's doing good with Minions, and we got Thor coming up next weekend. So, yeah. Adrian, how you doing tonight, brother? Adrian's in the house.
Drain Clean in Australia, giving a shout out to Bigums. Yes. Arthur says he saw Minions in 3D. All right. I bet Scarlett would like Minions.
Yeah, she a fan. Yeah. It's actually a really good franchise, right? Minions. How many? This is like their 5th movie, isn't it? They've had a bunch.
Karen says not all Karens are Karens.
Are Karens?
Not you, Karen. Yes, Karen. I can personally vouch for you. You are not a Karen.
This is true. R. Yale says Disney execs are morons. Agreed, R. Yale. Yes, they are making some big mistakes right now. Might be something you look at to short in the future. I don't know. Free Kekistan, how you doing tonight, my friend? Numbers letters, good evening. Hosmer Sanchez, Karen Iverson, good evening. Weirdo Shrine. J Stars, how you doing, man? J Stars says, yeah, broke 8. Everyone be careful if you're driving tonight, listening to us. Be careful driving if you've had a couple drinks, take it easy. Watch your surroundings.
I want to go ahead and take this first minute to in Massalorian, get your little star button ready. If you guys have topics, questions, I know there's been a lot of people making videos over the past couple days that we've been off. If you got questions or topics that you want us to touch on, drop them in the chat right now. And we got a few things that we're going to talk about, but we can highlight your questions or comments and come back to them as needed. So those of you that are here now, get your questions in, because you know how it gets once we start talking. The chat's just gonna fly by.
Go nuts. Yep. Andrew says the kiss was overblown. It was 1 second. The movie just sucked. Yeah, the whole concept of the movie, of him coming into real life. I mean, that's not what it's not supposed to be what Toy Story is about, right? It's supposed to be about a bunch of toys. Nothing in the real world, but this is Disney's new thing, right? They want to go with what's new and popular right now. The MCU, exactly. Susan Harbor, good evening. How are you, girl?
Hey, Matt, someone's bringing up the Matt Kors Martin Shkreli interview. Did you catch any of those? There was one with Matt where they talked about AMC, and then he did one by himself. Shkreli did on his own YouTube channel, which, by the way, if you're on his YouTube channel, guys, you can comment a million times. He's not looking at them. He's talking to, he doesn't look at YouTube chat. He listens on his Twitter space call and talks to people there. But he's live streaming his work, and it's pretty fascinating to watch him go. He was going in between a spreadsheet he was creating for AMC and all of the balance sheet and other information, and filling out this spreadsheet. And then he did one the next day on GameStop. Now I've noticed, I didn't check today, but I noticed that he marked all those private, but I did get to watch them.
You did.
And yeah, he came up with a price, a fair value price for GameStop. I don't remember if he came up with one for AMC. And now in subsequent lives, he's been coming up with spreadsheets for other ticker symbols. So check out Martin Shkreli. I know he's got kind of a hit or miss reputation. I'm not going to comment on that. But watching him work is pretty fascinating, and listening to his very Massalorian, I think you'd like him. Very pragmatic, logic-based way of looking at stocks and the market. He's like, I don't care about tribes. I don't care about clans. I don't care about changing the market. I'm trying to figure out how can I make money. I got to appreciate that. It's an interesting take. I mean, he's an ex-hedge fund guy.
Oh, he is. Okay.
He's not just a pharma. He's not just a pharma bro.
Okay. He's an actual Wall Street. He has actual Wall Street experience and knowledge.
He worked at Wall Street, and he had his own hedge fund for a while. Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Yo, definitely. Yeah. This is the first someone's brought him up to me, so I will definitely look into him. And I have a little bit of time tomorrow, right? Besides the the video about the Constitutional Republic, but we'll save that for the video. Carl J, Dr. Dazzle. I said hey to Adrian. Susan Harbor's in the house. Numbers letters. Clark, good evening. Arthur Martin, you want to do some shout outs to you?
Christian Princess asking about Pantheon, talking about the lawsuits. We will touch on that. Yes, thank you, Christian Princess. Silver Surfer, thoughts on Cat Phase 5. We got Bigums in here, the Cat 5 expert. Maybe he wants to
if he's still
come on, or I see him commenting down below. It's not Cat 5. Cat Phase 6. Phase 5 is for ISDA. Cat system is auditing system for FINRA. And all of that got pushed out. Bigums, correct me if I'm wrong, because I might be, to the end of this year, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't check on the Cat system as often as he does. Only about twice a year I check on it. I'm not joking. I mean, I looked into it. I did some deep dives on it last year, and I was like, this is a ways off. And then we came up on the date for this year, and I was like, oh, they just pushed it off again. So if I need to know anything deep dive on Cat system, I go to Bigum's channel.
Yeah. That's the direct connect to go to. Absolutely.
There's only so many hours in the day to become an expert on different things, you know?
Yeah. That's why we try to turn our attention and bring others on, right? That know a little bit more than we do. Yep. Even though they might not agree on everything, at least we see eye to eye on a few things, and we can talk about those. DD Efi says he worked for Jim Cramer. I'm assuming talking about Martin Shkreli. He was working with Cramer.
He did work for Cramer. Yeah. Before before Cramer retired. You wouldn't even think that by looking at him that he is that old. And he did another video. Maybe you could put it on your live stream tonight, Massalorian. Okay. It's about a 4-minute video titled Learning Spanish in Prison. I was dying laughing. Now, I don't know how many Spanish speakers we have. Maybe it would just go over people's heads, but the story he tells about learning Spanish in prison had me rolling on the floor.
Well, okay, I have to hear that. I haven't heard that yet. Arthur, I'm looking for your question right now, my friend. Can you please check my question above? I am looking for it diligently. What the hell is it? Tony, if you see Arthur's question, can you direct me towards it?
I'm looking. Okay. Yeah.
Unless it's
I don't
way
think.
up.
I think he's on your chat.
Okay, Arthur, if you can throw it up one more time, I will absolutely address it. Matt, 111 Mr. Simon says, Massa, also short squeeze channel brings good DD, Big M style. Yeah, have you ever watched him, T? Short squeeze channel?
I know of the channel. I can't say that I've regularly watched it.
Yeah, he does do some really good videos. I mean, some of the videos I've seen him do are really good. I don't like that he, pushes PFOF brokers, but other than that, he does a very interesting breakdown of every subject matter that he carries, that he talks about.
Were you with me the other night when we brought up the Mumu Futu thing?
Yes, I was here. Yeah.
Is that the one that he pushes?
No, I believe he's actually still doing Webull. I'm pretty sure. It's in the descriptions of his videos. I can't remember off the top of my head.
By the way, coincidentally, the next day I saw something on Brenda's channel where she was talking about Mumu Futu, and she said that CSI talked about that a long time ago, which I must have missed that one.
I must have too. I don't even recall that. CSI, if you're here right now and sober, let us know. Did you talk about that before? Arthur's question was, when people in the UK go to Odeon theaters, does it count towards AMC earnings report? Yeah, I believe so, right? Odeon?
I don't know for sure, but I believe so.
I believe so, yeah. Arthur. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they bought out Odeon, in 2018 or 19. So yeah, that means that the revenue is going towards AMC's bottom line. Absolutely. But I'm 99.8% sure. There's a 0.2% I could be wrong. Maggie, good evening. How are you tonight? Good evening, guys. Yes, I hope you're having a good weekend, Maggie. Lionel, good evening. R. Yale, Carl J. All in AMC, good evening, good evening. Dempsey, Weirdo Shrine, says his first time. Welcome to the channel, Weirdo Shrine. Brookfield Brothers, how you doing, my friend? Brookfield Brothers is here. Short Squeeze channel has it. Yeah. I like his material. He does a really good job breaking things down. No problem, Arthur.
Steven says we need to do a live react to Karen videos. That could be a good bingo night too.
A Karen video? Yeah, I would do that.
The Karens, a lot of the Karens have common phrases that they use. I bet I could come up with a bingo card.
Absolutely. I bet you could. DWAC
$200 Tuesday. I saw Teddy's video. If you're in my VIP channel of Discord, coincidentally and by pure luck, I doubled my position on DWAC on Friday.
Did you?
I covered DWAC a couple times in the last year, saying speculative play only. Don't spend money. You can't afford to go to zero because there's no way to value DWAC other than on news, right? Good news, it's going to run up. Bad news, it's going to go to zero. And we've had nothing but bad news lately. But I bought in the 40s, and it was at $24 on Friday. I was like, well, that's good enough to double my position and average down.
Sure.
Cost average down because, we're getting close to midterms. And then Teddy put out a video, and I've seen it in other places as well, saying that maybe rumors have it that there might be a Trump announcement tomorrow. And even if there's not, there was what's his name? Dev Noonan, the guy that's
Nunes. Yep.
Nunes.
Devin Nunes. Yep.
He's in charge of DWAC. Mm-hmm. He also put out a press release saying they're announcing some updated features of Truth Social tomorrow. So there's a couple of potential catalysts on the good news side. Now there's still plenty of bad news for DWAC, right? They're under investigation, and the whole administration wants to shut that thing down. So nothing's a slam dunk. But keep your eye on DWAC in pre-market on Tuesday. If there is sufficient good news tomorrow, DWAC might be one to watch. I'm not making any promises. I've got a small position in it, and it's one of my Las Vegas plays. If it hits, great, and if it doesn't, that was just Vegas money.
Any inklings on what the news could be in particular too?
Well, I mean, Alex Jones said he's going to announce that he's running for president.
Really?
Now you got to consider the source. Alex
Well,
Jones.
Alex is a toss-up, right? Some things
Yeah.
he's been 100% right on, and some things are completely out of left field. But some things that I never even would have believed, like in October when he said the last week in February, Russia will invade. Wow. Okay. I don't know how he knew that, but he's gotten some things right. There's some things I just can't lie about that he said, and they were conspiracy theories 5 years ago, and now they are just in Wikipedia. So, go figure. I don't know what to say about that. He's the sources. It can fall. You can fall either way with Alex, right?
Yep.
But that's interesting. That's interesting. That would be big news, I would think, for DWAC. That might send a lot of people to the platform, right? With an announcement like that. A lot of traffic. Volux Cranium, I got to read this to you before I forget. It says, Massalorian Heyman, I really want this out there because it is a genuine worry I have. Shkreli is not our friend. He's a plant. That YouTuber is the door for Shkreli to enter the movement. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why that couldn't be a possibility. Why that couldn't be a possibility that he's planted in, and what better person to plant him with than Matt Kors?
Yeah. The funny thing that I didn't say when I was talking about it earlier, I'm glad that you brought that question up from Volvux. He had a fairly good interview with Matt, and engaging, like seemed like an ape potentially type. And then in his own YouTube channel, he completely trashed Matt Kors and the whole cult. Yes, and the whole cult thing. In fact, he trashed it so bad that our friend Marantz Rants made a video laughing at the whole ape community. Look at what Shkreli said on his own channel about you guys.
Wow,
Got him!
really?
Got him! And then the funny thing, I asked Marantz for a comment because the next day, Shkreli did the same thing to GME. He spared nobody. Yes, he spared nobody. He went after GameStop the very next day on a 2-hour video.
Okay. So I would say then we should be leery if anything of Shkreli, huh? Okay.
I mean, but you got to filter what he's saying through this. He could give two shits about market manipulation.
Right.
The only thing he's looking for is, can he make money or not?
Which is, like you said, is an interesting take, right?
Yeah. He's not going to be an ape because he doesn't think that way.
Yep. Thank you, Volvux, for bringing that up, man. Appreciate it. And, that way at least people can make their own decisions. They can go check it out. If you guys agree, disagree, whatever, it's on you. But at least you have both opinions out there. Thank you, Volvux, for bringing that up. Appreciate it. Diaz, good evening tonight. How you doing, my friend? I hope you're feeling better. I heard you're feeling better, so that's good, man. Harold, good evening. If you guys remember to hit the like button if you're coming on either mine or Tony's channel, that would be awesome if you guys remember. Let's see.
Did you read Ariel? China will invade Taiwan before this fall.
No, where's that? Who said that? Good afternoon, Kiwi girl.
Ariel.
Ariel.
I think that is something that all of us are worried about for sure.
Absolutely, big time worried about that. Did you hear Uganda just found $12 trillion in gold?
No.
They just struck $12 trillion in gold deposits in some vein somewhere in Uganda, and they just awarded the contract to a Chinese company to take it all out. 90% of which he is the president of Uganda, the prime minister, is trying to say why did we have a Chinese company come into Uganda to extract this metal? Why aren't Ugandans? Which they'll probably put the Ugandans to work, right? Doing the labor part. But why is a Chinese company? I mean, as soon as the announcement was made, boom, China was in there. Watch very soon that possibly Uganda is going to find the need for democracy from the West. What do you think?
Have you checked the spot price of gold since that announcement? Did it have any effect?
You would think $12 trillion being flooded into the market of gold would bring it down a little bit, no? Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be flooded in tomorrow, but you would think just the discovery of it would have some sort of impact.
Absolutely. Let's see.
I'm no gold expert, right? I'm no gold expert, so I don't know what the discovery of new deposits does to the spot price. But
so right now, I'll pull it up for you.
They discover oil all the time, and it doesn't make the price of a barrel of oil go down. It's the immediate supply really is what affects things, right?
True. Yep. So we came down a little bit, but the price of gold fluctuates on a daily.
It's still around 1,800. That's basically no change.
Yep. Let me show you let me see if I can find the article though. Let me put this back. See if I can find the article.
Jeffrey says, do you guys think the market will crash more? Jeffrey, I think there's greater than a 50% chance between now and the end of the year. Just my guess, based on the old R word, recession. Stay tuned in July for more news on the recession. But then again, if old Trumpy, if that big bad mean orange man says that he's running for office tomorrow, who knows what kind of rally that could give the market. You just never know what is going to make the markets go down or up. We got worries about China and Taiwan. We got Russia, Ukraine. We got recession, interest rate, mortgage rates. There's so many things that could tank the market right now.
Yep. Let's see. So mining in Uganda, here it is. 12.5 tons of mined gold. Investor Wagagi's initial investment is USD 50 million, 3,000 direct jobs. See the picture here. Groundbreaking ceremony. This was from October 5th, 2021 was the actual, I guess, when they broke ground on it. This article is from last week, talking about how the process is going. The license that the company just got, how long it's for. Now that's up to 200 invested in refining it. But the prime minister's upset because even in this paragraph here, it said the reports are aimed at attracting gold miners and investors in the crypto sector, which was interesting. This is a guy from the Ministry of Energy in Uganda. Said they're aimed at attracting gold miners and investors in the crypto sector. So take that for what it's worth. But yeah, that's a big find of gold.
That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting, right? Yeah, not sure.
By the way, guys, speaking of crypto, this would be a good weekend to order your Ledger Nano. And if you're worried, I know you all are hearing about these different exchanges going under, with Voyager being one of the more recent ones. And I had a lot of people asking me, even my sister was asking me, what about Coinbase? I was like, I moved all my shit out of Coinbase a month ago. If you're worried about crypto going down or your exchange potentially going under, you might want to think about getting a Ledger Nano. One of these, many of you can get them by tomorrow or Tuesday on Amazon, or just go to your Best Buy and grab one. And I'll do a video. They're under $100. I'll do a video tomorrow about how to set these up. Okay. This is a cold storage, so your crypto will be stored on here, and you don't have to worry about an exchange going bankrupt and all your money going bye-bye.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So let's say I have a BlockFi account and I have a Coinbase account, and I wanted to take both of those accounts and put them on that device, on the cold storage key that you have. That, what is that actually called? The device?
Ledger Nano.
Ledger Nano. If I have one of those, you can combine from multiple accounts all onto.
You basically have an address for your cold storage wallet, and you send all of your crypto to that address.
Okay.
So it will come out of the exchange, and you will not be earning interest on it. That's
okay.
The downside,
so you're going to lose your interest.
Yep. You're removing it from the exchange.
Yep.
When it's on the exchange and earning interest, they have loaned it out to other people, which is the risk. If those people can't pay back, and enough of that happens, then all the exchange goes bye-bye. That's what's happening to these exchanges. They loaned out. How do you think Voyagers and these other exchanges are paying 2, 5, 10, 20% interest? It's
interest.
They're loaning it out to other people for more.
Right.
And when crypto goes down and those people can't pay back, then things start cratering.
Right. Yep. John, thank you for the chat. He says, why did AMC GME spike at the end of March? What was the cause? Are you referring to the $34 run that we had up at the end of the month there?
I think he is.
Okay. You want to talk about that, T?
I'm going to pull up the Ortex and just
Yep.
see if I have something to show him on that. Hang on one second. Go ahead and grab another question. We'll come back to that one.
Sure. Let me say hey to some people. Opinionated assholes. Good evening. Carl J. Good evening. Let's see. Savvy. Good evening. John Curtis said thank you. Raffiati. Jenny. Good evening. Happy 4th to everyone. Cameron. Mike Barr. R. Yale. Planet VW. Jefferson Cardoza. Good evening. One Speed Go. Good evening. Gary. How you doing tonight? Jennifer. Good evening. Says it's a mess. Derek. David. Good evening. Good evening. How's everybody doing on 4th of July? We got 430 people in the chat. That's awesome. Great. That's amazing. 24 The Money. Good evening. John Curtis. Six Sun. Drain Cleaner Australia. How you doing tonight? Or this afternoon, actually. Cameron. Good evening. Cameron Cram. And you opinionated assholes, my buddy. My boy, opinionated assholes. Loving the live stream, guys. 10:30 a.m. here, and I'm working on a roof here in Perth, Western Australia. Cheers to you, my friend. With you guys blasting out my phone speakers. Haha. Man, that sounds like a good day's work, man. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you.
20 down to.
Can I put this up?
I was looking to see if there was any noticeable decrease in the short interest right before that spike on March 28th. That happened on my birthday, remember?
Yes, I do.
March 15th, the short interest reported on the exchange was 20.28%. And it didn't even drop half a point right after that spike. So I don't know that I have a good answer what happened to cause it to run up from $20 to top of that wick, $34 in a matter of 2 or 3 days. I don't know that we ever figured that out.
I'm looking for OA's question on options. OA, I'm looking for it. Oh, here we go. I think this is it. Sorry, man, I missed it. Gamma ramp built on the options for July 15th. Wow, we talked about that, Tony, right? I think you have some options for July 15th, don't you?
I have for AMC.
Yeah.
I have July and August. I have so many different ones, not just on AMC, but I've got a little bit on Mullen, which is a fun, interesting little topic too. I did a video on Mullen, by the way, the other day. I don't know if you caught that.
Yes, I did.
I did say at the 12-minute-ish mark, for those that didn't stick around to the very end, I have found zero reason to buy any shares of Mullen. So if any of you did not get through the video, I don't own Mullen. I'm not exactly bullish on Mullen, but I'm not going to ignore that there is a lot of retail pulling for it. And so I have some $2 calls on Mullen. And I had some other ones that I was playing last week. But Mullen's got a big dilution vote coming up. And I was listening to, remember our buddy, the God Pill?
Yes. Who can forget?
He said dilution will never happen on Mullen. Retail's never going to vote for it. And I think it's important not to overlook the fact that retail does not own the entire float on Mullen. Like the CEO and his proxies that were handed to him in a voting agreement, he owns like 150 million shares of voting power of Mullen out of the 350 million float. So before anyone just goes off and says, and you know how much retail shows up on a vote, right? What, about half?
If we're lucky.
So if you're listening to people who aren't telling you the entire story about Mullen, that retail is never going to approve the dilution, I would advise you to go back and look up the voting agreement, or just look at any of the recent 8Ks where they show a table of who has the voting power. And it's unfortunately the retail shareholders don't have that much voting power. Not as much as you would think.
Not as much as you would think. Right. Yep. So Tony,
Mullen has two options: approve dilution or go bankrupt, in my opinion.
Yeah, they're in trouble, right?
In my opinion, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Agreed. So John was asking, I guess, specifically about the GME run up at the end of March. Just looking back at the charts here, trying to see, it did run up to 190 on the intraday there, right? Back on March. Let's see, where were we here? We were on the 29th, so the very last week.
Yep,
For
same time
GME
as AMC.
as AMC. Yeah, they ran together. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't looking back now, I see it, but I don't even know if I noticed it at the time. I probably did. It's just been a little bit since I've looked at that chart from back then, right? Bucks fan, yes, I saw it finally today. I was busy the last 24 hours looking at the new place, trying to figure out if I'm going to be able to record there and do my work there for YouTube. Do my work for YouTube. That's how I describe it. Do my work for YouTube.
You're
Yes,
on the
I
job
did.
now.
Yeah, I'm on the job now, officially.
Did you
Yes, I
clock
did,
in?
Bucks fan.
Did you remember to clock in?
I did, and crack this right after I clocked in.
We have the best job ever.
Yeah, we're drinking on 3rd of July, right? Yes, Bucks fan. I finally saw that they shut down the highways. I saw they shut down the main highway in the Netherlands with all the tractors. I did see it. It's pretty crazy, man. Because we're in the middle of a famine right now, so we can't afford tractors to be on the road protesting.
Oh, is this the Netherlands farmer thing?
Yeah. That's an issue, man.
Crazy.
That's a problem. We got major problems with food right now. People are going to be hungry. I mean, I'll be honest with you, Tony. I've had this whole debate with myself over the last 2 months, ever since I knew my friend was getting this divorce and about moving, with him. The more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm like, you know what? If it comes to crunch time, I'd almost rather be with a guy I've known my whole life, at least in the area vicinity of me. You know what I mean? Someone I can have watching my back or, whatever. Who knows what's going to happen in the next 6 to 18 months. But it's almost like become a matter now of where, I want a sense of security because I am a little nervous about what the future holds. I mean, I hope it's very bright and I'm optimistic that we can turn the tables as a country and get back on track. But you never know.
At least you can cover 2 sides of the windows.
Yes. Oh, can I? That's right. Let's see. Who do we got here? Christian Princess. Good evening. Monty Burger. Good evening. Headstock Harem. Let's see. Who else we got? Tendy Time. How you doing tonight, my friend? What is going on, Tendy Time? Jojo, how you doing? The Apprentice. John, we got Carl J. How you doing tonight? I saw Jay Thomas was in the chat. Let's see. Who else did we miss? Did we miss anybody?
Thomas B. Thomas B has visions of 84.32 by August. All right, I'm going to screenshot that, Thomas B. We will give you full credit if you're right.
Hey, I've been screaming that number for months since Thomas B came up with 84.32. That is that's going to be the new all-time high. I don't know what day it will close at that number, but one day it will, according to Thomas.
I'd love it. My strikes for July and August are 16 and 20. So I'd like at least a temporary, if not the squeeze before August. If we could just please have that little bump up to 34 again, that would be nice.
Oh, that'd be beautiful. Frankie Muhammad, good evening, my friend. How you doing tonight?
What's up, Frankie?
Glad you're back, Frankie. We missed you.
Hey, let me ask the chat a random Mullen question. As I was going through all the DD earlier today, they have 2 Mullen 5 prototypes that they created for their roadshow.
Okay.
How much do you think that they spent on those 2 Mullen 5 prototypes total for both cars?
Oh, for prototypes, they're actually running vehicles. You can actually drive them, or are they just okay? How much did they pay for them? I would say maybe 250,000
prototypes.
125 each.
In the chat, what do y'all think? We got Massalorian's answer.
Let's see, chat. What do you guys think?
Just so when we talk about how much money an EV company really needs to get up and running, to make prototypes, to start a factory, to buy robotics and tooling and parts and all of this stuff.
Okay, we got 1.8 million. We got 750,000. I'm on the real low end here. Mike Millspa says 8 million. You're talking about just to build the 2 prototype cars. That's it. Just the actual price of the material and design into it. Okay. Yeah.
What they reported in an SEC filing as the cost allocated to those 2 vehicles.
Got it.
I'm going to go ahead and say it now before someone looks it up. It was $4.2 million for 2 cars.
How is that possible? How is that possible? That's crazy. Grandpa Barney, good evening. Dips Patel, Guy, good evening. Leon, PDX Dave, Chris NYC, Andrew, good evening. Happy 4th to everybody, by the way, if we haven't said it yet. Audio Plug Records, Jeff C., the dude on the couch. How you guys all doing tonight? That's crazy, Tony. That's a crazy figure.
It was way higher than I thought. I'll tell you that. I don't know that I ever have seen. I mean, I dealt with prototypes in my old job in electronics, and I knew those were expensive because you had to CNC, basically 3D print all of your parts because there's not tooling made at that point, and that's expensive.
Right.
But 4.2 million for 2 cars that are going to retail for like $40,000 once they're in mass production. That's crazy.
Yeah, I think that's where I came up with the 125 number. I'm thinking the car probably cost about 40 grand in materials, and then what you got to put. Well, I guess the design's going to cost you a lot of money, like you just said, the special tooling that you need. Yeah, Chad's saying that he thinks that's kind of cheap.
4.2 million for 2. Yeah, I mean the problem is when you're making prototypes, you don't have mass tooling, metal stamping, plastic injection tooling. None of that's done yet. So you're paying these specialty shops to create all the parts for you.
Right. Until they're mass manufactured, right?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So all that stuff they will be able to use in the future. So all that money they invested, it's a wash. It's a wash, right? Okay.
It's gone. That's all specialty tooling, probably created on like I said, a CNC machine or a 3D printer. I don't know. I haven't dealt in auto manufacturing, so I don't know what process they use, but I imagine it's all farmed out to specialty shops where they create prototype parts. And then those prototype parts, once they're refined and everything's done, then they send it off to have the tooling created for mass production.
Got it. Okay. Got it.
And that's another huge, multi-million dollars creating investment. All the tooling. Yeah. I can imagine. And then you got to dial in all the tooling to make sure it creates accurate parts. I mean, I did that, not in the car industry, but all of that's a process.
It's all got to be calibrated to spec, right? Whatever you need. Do you have any investments in 3D printing, Tony? I'm just curious. I have a little bit. Do you have any? No. I do think it's going to be a disruptive technology. I think as far as making parts, designing parts, if you're able to get a schematic or a design, right, a blueprint to any type of object, and you have a 3D printing machine that's capable of 3D printing something, I think that's going to be a disruptive force going forward.
Froggy has a 3D printing machine. We should ask him about that one day.
We should.
I know very little bit. I mean, I know roughly concept how it works, but one day I'd like to buy one. I know I would rabbit hole on that thing and not come out for a couple months. So I don't want to buy one because I'd be tinkering too much.
You might make ghost guns
or something. I'd make something. I don't know.
Let's see. The electrical grid cannot handle it. What are we talking about, guys? We're talking about EVs. Grandpa Barney said, you want to read Grandpa Barney's message, Steve? And yes, Ray Mill, we will definitely update you guys and tell you the last couple pages. We'll pull it up in 1 second, the document itself. But you want to read Grandpa's message?
Someone said the electrical grid can't handle it. You guys are going to love the upcoming videos I have over the next few weeks talking about all of these different EV companies and the charging companies. I've got a series of videos I've been working on, and the the discoveries I'm coming up with, some of them are mind blowing. Not all of them in a good way, as we talk about, as I'm looking deeper into Lucid and Rivian and ChargePoint and EVgo and Tesla charging. Again, this is not my area of expertise, but I'm trying to spend a couple days dedicated just to each company. I'm talking full days, like 15 hours of research to get up to speed enough to bring you a 5-minute video, so that for those of you who don't want to spend the time to do it and don't want to just get pie in the sky drive-bys, I'll give you the good and bad of all of them. But I'm surprising myself with the little discoveries that, of all the hearing about these companies and how beautiful, wonderful they are, there's a lot of things that aren't being said.
Yeah, a lot of stuff's not being brought to the forefront. That's kind of getting slid under the radar.
Yep.
Yeah, I bet. So, I bet there's a lot of propaganda. Yeah,
more coming.
Grandpa Barney says, Grandpa thought, have a food and fuel supply. It will give you some comfort knowing if S hits the fan, you are covered for a while. Use this to start. Happy 4th, fam. Grandpa Barney, appreciate you, man. Love you. Thank you very much. Happy 4th to you and your family, as always. And yeah, if shit hits the fan, hopefully me and T's channel is still up. We can communicate with each other.
Andrew, did you read Andrew's comment? My ex-wife was my first prototype and she cost me $1 million.
Yes, hang on one second. Yes, Andrew
Morgan.
Yep, let me just find it. It's tough going through this chat. I don't have it on slow mode tonight, so Andrew, where are you? And then we'll hop over. Then you want to hop over to the lawsuit, T, for Ray there? Where's Andrew?
He's in my chat, so unless you're looking in the restream chat, it was.
Yeah, I can see all yours though. I should just be able to go right over it. I don't know why it's not popping up. Andrew, if you could put that
right before. I'll just read it again. It says, he just said it was a joke. My ex-wife was my first prototype.
Oh.
And she cost me a cool $1 million.
That's a bargain.
Chad Clifford says, first time tooling is incredibly expensive.
I bet it is. All right. Ray Mill asks, can you update us on the Lao $17 million lawsuit? All right. Let me just pull this document up real quick. And now I have only gone over this. Tony just directed me to the document itself and told me what was pertinent to jump on right away because I didn't have time to read the whole thing. So we'll go over it, but I'll just drop in this one little thing real quick and the basic understanding of what's going on here. And that is where I found this. On page 2 here, it says, are we up here? Are we pulled up?
Yep.
Yeah. Let me put this big. On page 2, it says, oh my God, here we go. As described in paragraph 22 below, the settlement provides for a cash payment of $17.375 million, which after deducting any fee and expense award to plaintiff's counsel and any applicable taxes will be paid to AMC. Because this action was brought in derivative action, which means that it was brought on behalf and for the benefit of AMC, the benefits for the settlement will go to the company. Individual AMC stockholders will not receive any direct payment from the settlement. Please note there is no proof of claim from stockholders to submit in connection or form for stockholders to submit in connection with this settlement, and stockholders are not required to take any action in response to this notice. So it has nothing to do with retail. Now, T, I'll tee that up for you, T. You know the rest of this. What page do you want me to go to?
I was gonna pull it up because which part are we talking about?
So I'm on the last 3 pages here.
I know what you were just talking about, but what are you wanting me to? What are you trying to lead me into talking about?
Oh, I was going to say, do you want? I was going to go right into the second part here on page 36, 37, when it says, current AMC stockholders who wish or continue to own shares may have, it says common stock as of the date of settlement may file a written objection without any appeal, but none of this really applies to us, right?
I think there was, the first thing when I woke up and heard about this is people were saying AMC just lost a lawsuit. And technically, it was mediated, and technically Linda Lau, the plaintiff, I guess won because there was a payout. But the funny thing was that the payout came from AMC's CEO and executive insurance company, and the payout went to AMC, I guess, on behalf of shareholders, because Linda Lau was pissed about something. What was she pissed about?
Clearly.
She sued over unsecured convertible notes sold to Silver Lake. Looking on page 2. Again, I skimmed over all 100 pages of this, 92 pages of it early this morning, just looking for what's the net. The net is AMC didn't have to pay anything. AMC got paid. So at the end of the day, this is not really a lawsuit to worry about. It's done. There was a mediation. The company made money. Maybe our executive insurance premiums are going to go up.
Yes. Yeah, that's what we got out of it. That's the conclusion me and Tony came to right before we came on, was that the premium's probably going to go up a little bit, and just stuck $17 million in their pocket. And what they decided to do with that, I guess, is up for debate, right?
Yeah, I didn't read through it in an effort to become an expert on 92 pages of legalese. I just wanted to know, what's the bottom line? Did we lose?
Right.
Did we win? Are we going to get paid?
Right.
And I came to almost the very last page after speed reading 90 other pages, and like, oh, AMC got paid, so that's not really that bad. And now I know everyone's asking, what are they going to do with that $17 million, you know? But $17 million in light of AMC's total cash on hand is kind of like it's an asterisk.
Yeah, we still got over $1 billion in our pocket.
It's an afterthought.
Yeah, absolutely.
There was one other interesting page on here.
Good night, Susan.
Somewhere in the middle of this document, in case any of you are thinking about suing anyone related to a stock at some point, there was some verbiage in here. Maybe I can find the page that said this lady, Linda Liu, she had to attest and confirm that she is still holding stock and has held it throughout this entire lawsuit. So if you're thinking about suing somebody because of a squeeze or manipulation or whatever, that might be something that you want to read and then judge. You know, I'm not an attorney, so I can't answer questions about what grounds anybody would ever have to sue anybody over a stock. But in my general understanding is, if you're going to sue somebody, you have to actually have damages, like you're still holding the stock, right? If you voluntarily sold something and then later something happened,
you're SOL.
As far as I understand, you are out of the play, because you made a voluntary decision and then something happened later. Mm-hmm. That only affects the people that are still holding it at that point.
Which is why I firmly and strongly still believe that's why Wanda held on to those 10,000 shares way back when they sold all of their AMC position out. They held on to 10,000 measly shares. Why? I don't know, but that would make sense, right? If there was going to be any type of class action lawsuit or anything like that, Wanda would be able to get in on it because they still own 10,000 shares. Otherwise, why not just liquidate your entire position, right? If you're supposed to be getting out of it, get out of it. Right.
Yeah. Or maybe they were required to hold a little bit because of this lawsuit that they were in. Who knows? You know, not my area of expertise. This is just total speculation.
Yep.
I would say, if you really have questions about things like that, if you're worried about suing somebody down the road about a squeeze, you shouldn't be asking YouTube. You should be asking, go hire an attorney. Because none of us are qualified to answer that question.
Exactly. Yes. And unfortunately, Maine, it looks like they're cutting back on the fireworks displays, huh, guys? Maggie saying, come to Belfast, the Mainer. They still got the town fireworks there. Pantheon's vid earlier was great, says Andrew. Yeah, I caught the very tail end of it, but it was very good up at what I saw. I just got in the door when it went live, so me and Tony got to hear it real quick. 24 in the money, how you doing tonight? Says, I'm suspicious of the reason for the Lau lawsuit. Was AMC in bed with whoever killed the stock price from 2018 onward? Was AMC in bed with them, 24 the money? I wouldn't. That's complete speculation, right? If they had anything to do with it. It is interesting though. When was I didn't even notice. When did they file the suit to T? Do you know when that was filed?
I have it up here. Hang on one second.
Let's see. Carl J says, happened to me with GME, traded at 12 to 14. The week before it went to 500 or so. Not going to miss AMC. Right on, brother. Right on, right on.
On November 30th, 2018, plaintiffs served a demand on AMC to inspect
November
the company's
2018.
books.
Okay.
The other thing, you know, that I keep on thinking every time people, I know people, I saw a tweet where someone was trying to say, as soon as Adam Aaron came on board, AMC tanked, which when did he come on board? Like 2015,
2015 or 16.
And AMC didn't really start tanking until what, 2018?
2018. Yep.
So
Yep.
already her argument, you know, lost a couple points with me right there. When you
The
make
dates don't even match
like
up.
that,
Yeah.
as soon as Adam Aaron came on board, the stock tanked. Well, that's already false.
Right.
It was several years later, but I go to look at the financials and what happened in the movie industry in 2018. Not, you know, and why was AMC going on and taking on that debt? They didn't go take on the debt because they wanted to, right? The
No.
revenue started declining.
Correct.
I'm going to see if I can expand these.
Adam Aaron became CEO of AMC. The announcement was made. Be nice if my mouse worked. There we go. December 15th, 2015. December 15th.
Yeah. Actually, 2017 and 2018 and 2019 all were pretty good on total revenue.
2019 should have been a great year. 2019
$5.5 billion.
Good.
So why I guess that is a good question. Why were they taking on convertible notes in 2018? That is something I need to go dig into then. Take some notes there, Massalorian.
I am.
No, I'm just teasing you.
No, I really am though.
I out of the corner of my eye, I saw you writing something down.
Grandpa says, and Grandpa, thank you. You know, Grandpa works for the large power company, and we are not ready for that size of load. Brownouts, why do you think power companies are going to smart meters? Self-disconnect abilities. Yeah, I know. Grandpa Brownie, you work on the big lines, right? That's no joke. You're up in the bucket truck, I would assume, the cherry picker.
I was hoping to be out of this play before I had to become an expert on what happened with AMC in 2018.
Seriously,
it's not something that I've dug into.
I know. Like who on God's green earth ever thought we'd be digging back to see if in 2018 why AMC was doing this? Like, it's just so nuts.
In terms of me wanting to make money on a squeeze play and move on, I never thought I'd have to go research AMC's debt history or lawsuits from 2018, but here we are. What else?
Here we are.
What else? Yeah. What else do we really have to go talk about right now? I mean, the market's cratering and not much is going on. So heck, may as well go become an expert on 2018 now.
Yep. Yep. Grandpa Barney, thank you. Grandpa is a high voltage lineman, first responder. Yeah, Grandpa's got the big gloves on. Handle those wires. That's a no joke job. It's an excellent job. And man, that's bucket trucks. Bucket trucks are fun, says Carl. Go ahead.
I'm gonna grab an ice water real quick.
Go for it. John, I will mention BBIG. You know, Tony just did a video on BBIG. I think Thursday night. He just dropped a whole video on BBIG. Thursday or Friday night. That was really well done. So I would recommend you to check that out for sure. Let's see. PVV says Grandpa Barney is the shit. Yeah, Angelina, right? Who thought we were ever going to be having to look back to 2018 for this shit? Like, it's just so crazy. Like, I got nothing better to do than go back to see if they're trying to make convertible bonds in 2018 for AMC. Jeez. All I want to do is watch some fireworks, right? Some cheap Chinese fireworks. Come on. By the way, let me just say hey real quick to Japan and Germany. Oki AMC was on, and Carl from Germany was there. Good afternoon to you guys, or good morning to you, actually. Jam Bams, good evening. How you doing tonight? Happy 4th to everyone that's on the live right now. If we missed your name, you know, Mike, I see a couple new people in here. Lorenda, Angelina, good evening to all you guys, and happy 4th of July. T, someone was asking about BBIG. We just you just did a video on BBIG. I want to say like Monday or Tuesday maybe of last week.
I did.
Just a week ago.
I was talking about the spinoff and what happens to options specifically in my BBIG video, because there were a lot of people that were holding options in BBIG prior to the spinoff, and then the options got turned off after the Cryptide spinoff, and everybody like, oh no, here we go with another red box where they just shut down options. And this was a little bit different scenario, that the options were shut off because of the spinoff, and then a new options chain was turned on the next day, which I confirmed because I went and bought some puts on BBIG and then sold them the next day and made more money.
That's right. You did. That's right. I forgot.
But yeah, I did make videos about BBIG, but I sold my BBIG position. I've been very transparent on this. That May 18th was the day to get out of BBIG. I sold at the top that day, $3 and change, and it's done nothing but go down since then. And my concern that I outlined back then is typically after a spinoff, things take a dive, right? Because you're separating that, you're taking value out of the company, Cryptide, and putting it in its own company. So BBIG's value is going to drop, and the price of the stock too, and that's what you saw happen on the day
immediately.
Of the spinoff. Yep. So I got out, and I know there's a lot of people that are counting on manipulation and shorts and high short interest and all that. Okay, I do wish you luck, and it is high, but BBIG is not a great company. Oh man, I'm making a lot of enemies tonight. Maybe I'll do a video on their financials and all that, but I've still been looking into it and looking at a lot of things on BBIG. It's just not the most solid company out there. Does it have a chance of making money and becoming something in 5 years? Sure. But I mean, this is not like a slam dunk play like a lot of the smaller channels have been calling it.
Telesine, good evening, man. Good evening. Anyone that's overseas, good evening. And speaking of overseas, let me get to Miss Maggie. Miss Maggie, thank you so much for your chat. She says, is there trading in other countries? Yeah, tomorrow.
As I know. Yeah, just a U.S. federal holiday only.
Yep. That's correct. Let's see. Angelina, Adrian. Adrian, who's modding right now? Is someone modding by themselves? If you are and need help, let me know. Thomas says, 24 in the money says, BBIG is the competitor to TikTok, and what is going to happen when TikTok is banned in the U.S.? Have they talked about that before, right? Banning TikTok?
I saw someone talking about it again this weekend. Yep. And there was some article, I just read the headline about TikTok users had their data potentially compromised by China, which is not is a headline we've seen before, right?
Nope.
Yeah, we have seen that headline before.
No. I was just looking about the mod. Who's on the mods?
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
You're like, nope.
I'm like, nope. I'm looking at the mods like, oh, it's only one. Nope. We need more. Okay, good. No, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying, yeah, I mean, I would not be surprised at some point if enough strikes come up against it that they ban TikTok. But I don't use it, and I'm not an expert at TikTok.
Me neither.
So wrong person to ask.
Me neither. Thank you so much, Maggie. Thomas B says, okay, boys, turning in for the night. Promise my little girl and pregnant wife I'd take them to parade at 10 a.m. Hugs, brothers, and remember 8432. Thomas, have a good night. And to your wife and pregnant wife and little girl, have a
Good
great
night,
evening.
Thomas.
Have fun at the parade. Yeah, have fun at the parade tomorrow. Yeah, Liz, let me know if you need help in the chat with the modding. Sorry.
Opinion on BBBY, Bed Bath & Beyond. George, I sold puts twice on BBBY. Last week, I made 250% the day before earnings to earnings day. Then I bought more puts the next day and made another 100% in 24 hours. So I think BBBY has a bit further to fall, unfortunately. And I hate betting against a meme stock.
Yeah.
But I'm always going to be transparent with you guys. And I do not like brick and mortar. I don't like retail stores full of inventory. And BBBY, there's a lot of rumors out there about, the sales they're having are not rumors. There's rumors about turning off the air conditioning on people to save money. It was pretty cut and dry to me that earnings was going to be a miss this week.
That's trouble. Mm-hmm.
So I took a chance, and the options table looked good on puts. The IV was not out of line. It only would take about $1 move to make 100%. And if it would have fell to $3, you could have made 1,000%.
I know, huh?
But it didn't fall that. It didn't fall that far.
I
took my money and got out. But
yeah, no need to be greedy. Yeah,
225% in a day is not bad money.
Plenty. Mike. So I'm prescribed 3 a day, which means I usually take one right before I come on the stream or during the stream. So that would be the reason why. I see Pam's in the chat. Pam, good evening. How you doing tonight? Pamela in the chat. J-Stars say, okay, you're all good now. Okay. So, all right. Everyone's good. Okay. We got people, Pam's here now. Pam, how you doing tonight? Happy 4th of July, Pam, to you and your family. Thoughts on CLVS, says R Yale. Up an amazing 57% on Friday. Yeah, did you I forget if you live streamed on Friday or not. Were you watching CLVS at all?
I did not. No, I was in Discord all day talking with folks.
Okay.
And I have not looked into CLVS. I was pulling up, someone was asking in the chat about MMAT, and I was pulling up the financials before I talk about them real quick.
Pam, happy 4th.
I have MMAT on my my trade on momentum list, but I have not. I'm not buying. Have not bought, and I'm not holding any MMAT. But I have played it on some run-ups in the last year.
Wendy, good evening. Liz is asking thoughts on ENDP.
Yeah, I want to do a video on them tomorrow because I know everybody's expecting big things. ENDP. Let's see if I can remember. Let's see if I can remember the 5 minutes summary of what I was going to say about ENDP if I got asked today. This company, if I'm not mistaken, is the one that just asked well, they basically said they weren't going to pay a $30-something million convertible note payment that was due, and they're in the 30-day grace period right now, if I'm not mistaken. They do have, $38 million interest payment they missed amid bankruptcy talks. So whatever you're hearing about ENDP, I want you to filter it through the lens of this is a momentum trade only in a very troubled company. I know the people that are making videos on it are telling you this is a fantastic company. They've got a bunch of cash, and then they stop right there. You cannot stop right there and be fair to your audience. This stock has dropped. The stock has dropped from $89 to 57 cents for a reason. Okay. And they are in close to bankruptcy. Yes, they have cash. They're trying to renegotiate their debt. So will I play it on momentum next week? Absolutely. If it's moving next week, absolutely, 100%. But do not believe these people that are telling you this stock's going back to 10, 20 bucks from 57 cents just because they have cash, and they stop telling you anything beyond that because they're not being fair to you. So play it, but play it cautiously, have protection. Do not play it and walk away.
Yes.
You need to be able to
keep your eye on it. Yeah. You need to be able to act and react. So just don't get yourself in a position where you can't address any issues.
I'll try and do a more fair and detailed video on it tomorrow.
Okay.
I don't want to talk out of turn, but I do at least want to say tonight, this is a troubled company, and you'd be doing yourself a disservice not to at least know that if you're trading it.
Yes. Yes. All right. I got two good questions, T, that I can't let go. One is from Teach We Love, and one is from Steve R. So I'm going to go back to back with you guys because they are something that we want to talk about. Massalorian, does anybody have a live tracker for Europe's markets that sell AMC stock for tomorrow? I've been trying forever to find a live tracker for AMC when USA markets are closed. T, do you know where someone could find what's going on in Germany on the exchange?
I usually just Google AMC Germany.
You do? Okay. No specific place that you like to go to? Haunts? No haunts of yours?
I wish I had a better answer than that, but if you Google AMC Germany, it comes up with, I think on Market Watch.
Okay. Steve R said, how do you guys feel about the DTCC having the right to waive margin calls while insuring the stock market? So that's a great question, right? I think that's messed up. That's a great question, Stephen. I've never heard anyone talk about it before, but I have a feeling the DTCC is doing itself all the favors it can when it's self-regulating, right? The fact that they have that ability is an issue, in my opinion.
The point of doing margin calls is to protect the entire freaking market, right?
Right.
And so you're basically saying, we're going to go ahead and waive that and roll the dice that we don't crater everything. It fucking pisses me off. It shakes my core beliefs that they're doing what they need to do to protect everybody.
Yeah.
It's infuriating.
Yeah. It is. Yep. There's some answers for you guys. The exchange and Stonko tractor. And someone said search AH9. Craig Anthony said
that is the ticker symbol.
Okay.
On Market Watch, they have home/investing/quote/stock/Germany/AH9.
Got it.
You can get to it that way, but
let's see. I got Clark in the chat here. Clark, how you doing tonight? Happy 4th of July to you. I'm a professional. Jeffrey Rocha, good evening. By the way, I did see Pantheon's video earlier. I got a chance to catch the tail end of it. It was really well done. Let me get some more people here to say hey to. I'm a professional. We got Silver Surfer. Good evening. Mike Barr. Good evening. Craig Anthony. Zephwin, your neighbor's dog. Joe True Blood. Droobs White. How you doing tonight, man? And we got Pam earlier. Pam, I'm so glad you're feeling better. I knew you weren't feeling that great today, so I'm glad. I just spoke with someone who knew that you were sick, so I'm glad you're feeling better, hon. It's really good. Don't want you out. Justice for all. Good evening, Brent. How are you doing tonight? Eric Bissell says Tony and Mass. What's up, boys? Especially Mr. Handsome himself. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know.
He's talking about you.
He must be speaking about you. Let's see here. Yes, happy 4th to all of you guys.
Someone was asking about ENDP and a lawsuit. There was a lawsuit, I think, that they settled or they won. There's been a long-standing lawsuit regarding one of their subsidiaries. And that is true. That is behind them now. And they came out on the good side of that. And that is one of the good things that I've heard some of the smaller channels talking about too. They talk about, they got this drug that everyone wants right now, and they just won a lawsuit and they got a lot of cash. This thing's going to the moon, ignoring the fact that it's fallen in the last several years from $90 to 50 cents. That doesn't just happen to great companies for no reason.
No.
Right. And they just missed a debt payment, a bond payment, and they're on the verge of bankruptcy. So, when I do a video, I'm going to tell you everything. I'll tell you the good things, but I'm not going to ignore the bad things. And I'll try and give you a realistic target. And again, just so No one thinks I'm shitting on ENDP. If it is moving on Tuesday in pre-market, I will 100% be playing it.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
I'll be up with you checking.
Don't miss those opportunities. Right. Retail has been showing some strength, but don't be the informed YouTuber. Don't be the FOMO buyer, that's not paying attention to the right channels.
Right.
How many people were saying Redbox was going to 500? I saw people on YouTube saying it.
Yep.
Ridiculous.
Yes. We did hear that. And Aliyah, thank you, Aliyah. I'm sorry I pronounced it wrong. Thank you for correcting me. Tony, are you in XRP?
Is that Ripple?
Yes.
I do not have any XRP. No.
Okay.
I've looked into it a couple years ago.
Okay.
And I decided not to buy any, or if I bought any, I didn't hold it very long.
Clark says we should have a 5th of July celebration to get rid of Joe Biden as president. And Clark, who do you want to stick in there? Cackling Kamala? Good luck. Good luck. At least Ron Klain can write out a speech.
What do you think about a DeSantis Nome ticket?
Ooh, South Dakota, Kristi Noem. I like it. Yeah.
I was trying to think of who would be if the bad orange man doesn't run again, who would be a good Republican ticket?
I like that DeSantis. I would love him to run with Tulsi, because then you get a bunch of Democratic votes too. They would be an unbeatable team. If Tulsi Gabbard and DeSantis ran together, that would be a knockout. They could probably get 65% of the vote, because you'd have a lot of independents that would come over to that side. Yeah, that would be an interesting ticket. Kristi Noem. I just saw her on ABC or CBS, one of them, with Adam Kinzinger going back and forth about January 6th and Cassidy Hutchinson, how reliable she is. And the reporter there, Dana Bash, she asked Kinzinger and goes, why did you call this Cassidy Hutchinson to the stand without corroborating her testimony? Why? Now the reports are out. These people are saying, I never said this happened. And he doesn't have an answer for that, right? They don't have an answer. Liz Cheney's about to get the floor wiped in Wyoming. She's down like 30 points right now to the incumbent. So there's going to be some changes. You see, that's for sure. Justice for All says we need to get rid of more than Biden. He's just a start. Yeah, I know, brother. I know. Tony, have you ever been up in the Dakotas area?
I lived in North Dakota for a couple of years.
Did you? What's it like? Do you like it?
I was just a youngster. I remember snow drifts as tall as our house. I remember snow plows. I remember cornfield. I remember cornfields. And I remember we lived on an Air Force base. So I remember big bombers and missile silos.
Oh, cool. Very flat.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. We were in Grand Forks.
Okay. Eric says, how is this GDP stuff affecting our stock market and our AMC squeeze? Man, that question can be twisted so many ways, Eric. Depending on what case you're taking for AMC. If you're taking it as a bullish position that AMC is going to squeeze, the GDP could help us as far as it being an actual recession. We'll know July 28th is when we get that data back.
Yeah, Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you go. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I've been having some conversations on my Discord, and we're gonna crunch this a lot this week. But I'm leaning towards taking a small bet into some SPY puts for mid-August. Once just kind of the timing of when to buy them is the question. Like you don't want to buy too soon and then have all the time value erode, but you also don't want to wait. I want to buy them before the mass media starts talking to the public about a recession is imminent, a recession is official, a recession is confirmed. Yes. Once that hits the collective public,
the mainstream
conscious, then I'm thinking the market might take a little more tumble.
Absolutely.
So I'm thinking about getting a little protective put action on some index. Not betting the farm on it, but
Wait until it's gracing the covers of newspapers and magazines across the country. When that happens,
Well,
I think you'll see.
Yeah, ideally, if you're going to buy puts on the indexes, you'd want to be in like the day before that, though.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. I'm just
Right.
saying. So sometime around the 28th, guys, start thinking forwardly. If you're thinking forward, around that time, it's going to be spread across the media, right? That's going to be the big story. As much as they try to probably bury it, it's going to be big.
Seems like we're headed towards an official recession announcement at the end of this month.
Yes. And who would make that? Who would make that announcement? The Treasury?
Well, yeah, I mean the I don't know. I don't have my economic calendar pulled up.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Which agency reports that?
The labor, maybe the Bureau of Labor,
or the Fed,
or the Fed.
I don't remember.
That's a good question. You think the Fed?
It's been a few years since I've had to deal with this.
Oh man, I'm on a news and politics category, for Christ's sakes. What am I doing? But I will be watching ENDP on Tuesday morning. That's for sure.
These are the type of questions we only have to answer about 3 times in our life.
It's a year.
Which agency reports a recession?
I know. Opinionated assholes. If you write my name in for president, that would be amazing. Make sure you take a screenshot of that and send it to me. Anyone that writes in, make sure you screenshot it. Let's see. What do we got here? In moderating. Oh, okay. All right. So Pam is jumping back and forth between both of our channels modding. Thank you, Pam. She's feeling better now. Now she's getting she's getting out there, right? She's going back and forth on both people's channels. Gotta love her. 2 more years of Biden policy. I don't see a recovery. Seems deliberate economic sabotage. Here's the thing, Vin. If the Republicans take back the House and the Senate, there's gonna be some accountability to be held. Hopefully they are going to hold some people responsible for what's going on right now, especially Mayorkas with the border, Biden with the inflation and shutting down the pipeline. I mean, they can come out and say whatever they want to say right now, that the president's doing everything he can. He's not. Neither is the Bureau. Neither is the Secretary of Energy, Granholm there. They're not doing all they can be doing, right? The Secretary of the Interior, Deb Haaland, has basically said we are not renewing any leases or giving out any new ones for drilling. Like, they are done. These people have drawn their line in the sand. So we got to draw ours when it comes to the ballot box. That's all I can say. If you want inflation, enjoy.
It's a good question about, is it deliberate economic sabotage? I think none of them forecast the Ukraine-Russia war, but they did know that the Fed had been printing money. That was Congress and the administration both at fault for printing money and telling everybody to stay home. That was all deliberate, and that definitely was going to result in sabotage, if you want to look at it that way, or you could say they were saving lives, right? I'm not going to debate that, but the consequences of that were very obvious to anybody who had their eyes open. Then this new administration came in and decided that green policy was more important than anything else, right? Moving away from fossil fuels. So that was a second punch to the problem we already had with printing a bunch of money. And then the knockout blow came with Ukraine and Russia. So that was an unfortunate third punch that we got.
That uppercut, that last uppercut. That's not
good. But the writing was already on the wall before the Biden administration came into office. That the Fed printing money and Congress handing out money and telling people to stay home, that was the deliberate sabotage right there.
Yes. And don't forget, we also deliberately overthrew the Ukrainian government in 2014, which was pro-Russian, to put in a pro-NATO, pro-US, pro-Western president. So don't forget that. So don't forget that we've been poking Russia now ever since the 80s when they tore down the wall. We've been saying we're not going to expand NATO, and now we are literally weeks away from putting Finland, NATO troops right on the border. So, I mean, forget Ukraine. Finland shares like 2,800 miles of border with Russia. So not only are you infringing on the deal that you made and reneging on it, but you're also now expanding even further past Ukraine and bringing in new members who were never going to be included in this deal. He tried to throw Switzerland in there the other day. Did you hear Biden say instead of Sweden, he said Switzerland joining NATO? Like Switzerland's been neutral since the 1812, I think was the last time Switzerland fought in a war. He's trying to bring them into NATO. It's just nuts.
I want to follow up on what I said as far as, deliberate sabotage. I'm glad I didn't have to make the decisions about how to save lives, right? I'm glad I didn't have that job. And I know that some of them were doing what they thought was best, but there were multiple ways to handle that. And I don't think that they necessarily chose the best path for the economic health of our country. But everybody did the same thing pretty much around the globe. So,
yes. Yep. Everyone followed suit, right? But that won't happen next time because the WHO and the FDA, they are now going to be global, worldwide, right? They are trying to get the all those stipulations going forward to be under the World Health Organization. So it wouldn't be left up to the countries themselves. This would be an international global lockdown and whatnot, right? Rock and Rozzy says, I don't like NATO. I hear you, girl. I hear you. Adrian says, I never understood that whole daylight savings time BS. J-Star says, the government is infiltrated with psychos that are not going anywhere. That's a problem. They're not voted in. They're lifers. Yeah, term limits has to be something we need to talk about. We need to have discussion. Unfortunately, we try not to get too much into politics here. I know on my channel I do from time to time stray into that area, but I try not to. But it just always seems like I fall into Congress at the end of the day being responsible for everything. Let's see.
Vote all the bums out and put in term limits. Put in term limits. Come on. Absolutely. We don't need no lifers, like someone said in the comments. We don't need no lifers in Congress.
No. You want to talk about this question I just put up here? Nuclear energy?
I'm going to hit a couple of other easy ones real quick.
Go for it.
You can leave that one up. But someone said, what cryptos are you buying right now? I'm not buying any crypto right now. Although I am waiting for the knife fall to stop and then add in the current cryptos that I have, which is Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, Cardano, Phantom. I don't know if I left any out. I mean, most of my cryptos are top 10 type stuff, with the exception of Phantom. And they're all Bitcoin or Ethereum network type cryptos. I think the safest ones to be buying right now, honestly, are Bitcoin and Ethereum. But I've slowed down my crypto purchases until I see that we're not falling to $5,000 or $10,000 Bitcoin. And then someone asked, what is my price target for AMC? I don't talk dates or prices because I think it's irresponsible, and nobody who has ever done that has been right. So I will be monitoring the run up and the volume when it happens and deciding in the moment.
I saw Pantheon's in the chat. Pantheon, good evening, buddy. Happy Canada Day to you.
What's up,
I
amigo?
saw Dana Young, good evening. Teach Me Love said nuclear energy should be used worldwide. We would have solved starvation globally and made life good for everyone. Tech We Love, I think people are really off base about nuclear energy. I think it is the only way forward. Honestly, I don't know if everything is sustainable with the EV sector. Pantheon said, hey, fellas, I am late to your show, but I just reached the part about AMC in 2018. Yes, of course. Do you want to do that live, Pantheon, or do you want to just type? Just tell me in the chat, and I will get that sent to you. Dana, back at you.
Send him an invite and let it, if he's up to speed on it. I'd much prefer not having to go research AMC 2018 if he can come on and talk about it.
Yeah, let me send Let me send Mr. Pantheon a link. It's too much to type. Beautiful. That's what I wanted to hear. Okay, hang on.
Lucid,
Just what I
any
wanted to
thoughts?
hear.
Harold, I have videos coming out in the next couple of weeks on all of the. I've covered so far Polestar and Mullen. I've got a Rivian, a Lucid up next. I don't know if I'll talk about Tesla. There's so many people, and Tesla is my tier one EV company. I mean, they've got like 75% of the market, right, in EVs roughly. So I don't know that I need to talk about Tesla, but I want to cover all of the EV startups out there for you guys and the charging companies. So just keep an eye on my channel for the next couple of weeks. I'll be trickling those out. They take a bit of time to get all of the right information together. Even though it'll be a 5-minute video, it takes me a day or two to pull all the good and the bad together. So that's coming.
All right, guys. The silky smooth sounds of Pantheon should be coming. Pantheon, that's supposed to be an L, not a semicolon. Sorry. Should say Pantheon should have link. I heard that Sonic will have charging systems. Sonic, the food company? Sonic, like the drive-ins? I'll tell you guys, AMC just got Tesla chargers. Have you seen Tesla chargers at your AMC, T?
Haven't looked.
Okay, we just got them. They're still wrapped and on the site. But we got about, I would say there's probably 8 or a half dozen Tesla chargers in the AMC parking lot right now at the AMC where I am. If you guys know what AMC it is, you'll see all the Teslas and you'll know what theater I go to. Rockin' Rozzy says I bought 300 shares of Polestar and adding. All right, so Rockin' Rozzy is into Polestar. You did a Polestar video, T, didn't you?
I did a video right before the PSNY ticker when it was still at about $9. I said it's going to go up, but do not buy until it comes back down. And then I watched everybody make videos at $13 saying, buy Polestar, it's going to 100. I'm like,
oh, they were really.
It's back down already just a couple days later to $9. So now I would consider buying it, and it still could go down from here if the market goes down. But I do. Polestar is in my tier 2 now. I like the company. I just think there was no need to rush out and buy it all of a sudden just because they changed the ticker, right?
Yeah,
it was $9-ish dollars. They changed the ticker and people run it up to 13 for no damn reason other than a ticker change. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, that's
so
movement.
Now, if you like it, yeah, go grab you a bit and cost average in over time, because the market crash could come and you might be able to pick it up cheaper. This is a 5-10 year play, so take your time with it. It's not going to be the next Tesla overnight. But it seems, they have a head start on some of these other companies.
Yes. Agreed. Clark says, Julie and I went to AMC movie theater last night and watched Elvis the movie. If you haven't seen it, it's a must-see. It was excellent. Say hi to your wife, by the way, Clark, Julie. And Tony, I think, agrees with you, right? He feels the same way. You like Elvis,
me and KC and the ladies went to go see Elvis with Adam Aaron in Dallas a week ago. Great movie. And I didn't grow up being an Elvis fan, and Scarlett certainly didn't. She was like, Elvis who? Elvis Crespo? But
really? Wow.
I mean, she was. I'm kidding.
Much, right? Okay.
But it was a very enjoyable movie. I laughed a lot in the first couple hours, and then of course we knew what the ending was going to be. But they did a great job.
Yeah, all the reviews have been great. I didn't realize they made 190 million in its first week when I was looking over the numbers Friday night just to see what we did in Q2, which I'm going to break down this week later on. But looking over the numbers of the highest grossing movies for the 12 weeks of Q2, Elvis was the winner for the last week from the June 23rd to the 30th. So Pam saying Elvis was a great movie. By the way, has anyone in the chat seen? Is it called Black Door? The new horror thriller, Black Phone. Thank you, Black Phone. I know Pam's seen it. Anyone besides Pam? And Pam, what did you think of it? by the way? Just out of curiosity. Maggie says, Tony, when you met AA, by the way, good evening, Yucca Fritta. When you met AA, did you tell him to open a theater in Maine? No, no, you didn't.
I did.
You should have.
I said, why no theater in Maine, Adam Aaron? He's like, I got to leave. My car is here.
If Maggie, if he comes to New England, I'm going to go track down wherever he goes. So wherever, if he does, I will mention Maine.
He was in Miami this weekend, wasn't he?
Yeah. Yes. He was in South Florida. Yeah. Yep.
The Minions.
Yeah. For the Minions.
I almost flew down there to go see that just to have
Did
a
you?
Miami.
Well, if you stop popping up everywhere, you might be suspicious, Steve. You just stop popping up at different movie theaters all over the country. Like, who is this guy?
The first one was shake the hand. The next one's going to be ask for the interview.
Seriously.
The third one will be ask for a Maine theater.
Okay. Yeah, just let me know when you're ready to go.
Died? No, I did not cry. They didn't
Black
actually
Phone
show him die.
They didn't in the movie? No? Okay. Black Phone left too much on the table that wasn't explained. Says Eric. Arthur says Black Phone was good, really suspenseful. I heard it was suspenseful with a few jump scares. That's what I heard too, Arthur. From a couple film critics that I watch. Because you guys know I am a film junkie, so Black Phone was okay. All right, so it's kind of mixed reviews, huh? Stalker Tony, says the dude on the couch. Yeah, he might get nervous, right? I cried at the end when he hugged his son. Is that at the end of Elvis or Black Phone? Who passed away 22 years ago, so it was a shock.
It was not in Elvis.
Okay, so it must have been in Black Phone. Yeah, I've heard really good things about it. Everyone said it was really suspenseful. It kind of came out of nowhere. Suspicious Minds. Good song. I was sad when Selena died. I met her once as Adrian. Yeah, that was awful, huh? She got killed in Texas, right, Tony? Didn't she? Or she was from Texas, right?
Corpus Christi.
Yeah.
That was the first singer that I really, really liked that like hit me hard when I heard that she died. Like I was too young to know about. I knew Elvis died, obviously,
right?
But I wasn't an Elvis fan. I was just too young. But man, when Selena died, I was living in Texas, and I love her music, and just her performances were fantastic. It was the day before April Fool's, if I'm not mistaken, and I actually thought it was an April Fool's joke when I heard it on the radio. I remember exactly where I was. I was in my car, leaving my house, turning the corner off my street. That's how much it hit me.
Wow.
I mean, I only remember that about a few things, like where I was when Reagan got shot, where I was when the space shuttle blew up, and where I was when Selena died.
And January 6th, right? According to the Democrats, nobody gives a shit about January 6th. I don't know.
Don't get me
let's
started.
see. Tony Denaro, what's your favorite Selena song? Says Sergeant Beef.
All of them. I probably know all of them. All the words. I have most of her albums on CD.
Yeah, my mom was a big fan, actually. I mean, that's not really my forte, Selena, but you know.
I've seen the movie with Jennifer Lopez probably 10 times. Anytime it's on TV and I happen to be clicking through, automatic stop and watch.
Yes.
Salinas.
Yes. Selena was cute, but no Christy Nome hot, says Eric R. I cried like a baby when Selena died. Okay. Yes. Oh, yeah. We're ready. All right. So, guys, we're going to kind of switch subjects a little bit because we have an expert on the line with us. We're going to bring him in right now. Good evening, sir. Can you hear me?
Hey, fellas. How you doing?
Bitty, bitty, bum, bum.
How you doing, buddy? Long time.
Good. Yeah.
Miss you.
Sounds like you had an adventurous weekend.
Me? Yeah.
Yeah. Looking at your potential new pad.
Yeah. 15th is going to be the move date. So I need to break all this down, put it into, I have some of those penguin boxes. You know what I'm talking about? They're like, to put camera equipment in. They're very sturdy, and they have like locks on them and padding inside. So I got to break all this down and reset it back up in 2 states away in 48 hours. I said, you know, I need to break it down and then get it back up within 48 hours. So it's going to be a trial, but hopefully we can get it done. So
nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. How you been? Good?
Busy. Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you
I know.
guys, I don't have a lot of time, but I heard I was catching up on your show and you guys were talking about 2018. I can
Yes.
help with that if you guys want some
Please.
explanation on that.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Save us the time.
Sure. So what I did was about 3-4 months ago, I did a video. It's number 89 in my series, and I'm not trying to hawk my channel, but episode 89, it's called The Debt History of AMC, where I went through from the inception of the company right back when it very first started, as basically an offshoot of the circus, to where it is as of 3 months ago. And I not only outlined the history of the company, but where every dollar of debt has come from, and when Adam Aaron's work history with Apollo Global Management overlapped that whole history. So it was an interesting piece because Apollo used to own AMC back in the early 2000s. But anyhow, how it relates,
you are a god.
it's about a 26-minute video, which is why nobody's watched it. But it's probably the video I'm most proud of, to be honest. It's excellent. If anybody wants to know where this company has been, that's all you got to do. Spend 24, 26, understand all of it. So what it is up until 2018. Cool. Up until 2018, AMC never carried more than $2 billion in debt. They carried about $1.8 billion in debt at the max. I won't be very long on this, gentlemen, but this is going to take, it's too long to type out. So
Yeah.
what happened was AMC was acquired by Wanda Group in 2012. And in 2013, they went public. Now, from 2013 to 2015, a guy named Gerardo Lopez was the CEO of AMC. Now, at that point, Wanda wanted to do some aggressive expansion, and Wanda they bought up Dick Clark Productions, they bought up AMC Theater. We're talking from 2012 to 2015. They bought a bunch of different international businesses because they wanted to diversify outside of China. So they wanted to purchase Carmike Cinemas, Odeon Cinemas, and UCI Cinemas in Europe and in America. But the problem was Wanda bought so much stuff, they were maxed out on how much debt they could take on. So they used the clean balance sheet of AMC to use them to purchase Odeon, UCI, and Carmike, which is fantastic for us today, because otherwise they would have just been part of Wanda's umbrella when they got out of AMC. So that all took place. So they tried in 2013 and 2014. Wanda tried to get a hold of Odeon, UCI, and Carmike, but they were rejected because those companies were not interested in selling. But they did own AMC at the time. So 2015, in about September of 2015, Gerardo Lopez was told by Wanda, we want you to aggressively expand and we want you to go get Odeon, UCI, and Carmike and add it to the AMC balance sheet. And Gerardo Lopez said, no, I'm not interested. He was a guy who used to work at Starbucks before AMC. He'd been there for years, right? So he started in 2009. So 6 years later, he said, no, I'm not going to do that. He quit and had abruptly resigned. At that point, Wanda went to Apollo Global Management, who they purchased AMC from, and said, who do you recommend to help us with this? And Apollo said, Adam Aaron's your guy. Okay. So now we jump ahead to 2016, and this is all tied to 2018. I'm not trying to filibuster here, but in 2016, Adam Aaron got hired, and his first day on the job was January 4th, 2016. It was announced in December, as Matt said, but it was January 4th. And his first mandate was aggressive expansion. In the first week on the job, he was on the phone with UCI, Odeon, and Carmike to get the deals done. 3 months later, he made those deals take place. Adam Aaron AMC purchased Odeon and UCI in a $1.2 billion transaction, which was 75% stock, 75% cash, 25% stock. They also, in the same month, announced the purchase of Carmike Cinemas for another similar $1.2 billion, which was 49% stock, 49% cash, 20% stock, 31% debt. What that means is that's where our debt came from. Adam Aaron was mandated by Apollo. It's going to get, I'll explain more. Mandated by, Wanda. And that took us from $2 billion to about $4.2 billion or $4.4 billion in debt. That's where the bulk of AMC's debt came from, was buying Carmike, buying Odeon and UCI. But those were good performing theater chains, which was really good for the bottom line. Now, what nobody saw coming was the next part. In 2017, that was all in 2016. In 2017, China mandated their companies to bring their investment money back to China. So in 2017, all these companies, including Wanda, were mandated, bring all your investment money out of those international companies and bring them back because we think tough times are coming. This is what they told everybody. I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically it. So at this point, Wanda went to Adam Aron and said, we have to be bought out. Now, we don't want to just sell to anybody. We'd prefer you guys to keep it in-house, which actually is quite respectful. So they gave AMC the first shot at it. That's where AMC, Adam Aron, made a deal with Silver Lake Financing for $600 million in convertible bonds in 2018. Okay. Now, the $600 million bond deal, this is what this whole lawsuit you were talking about that came out today, this is what this is all referring to. And I talked about all of this in this video. So that's why I brought up the video, not just to talk about the timeline, but I do talk about this specific dividend in this video. So the $600 million bond deal with Silver Lake also included a side deal that Lee Whitlinger was to get a seat on the board of directors of AMC. And he's still there today, getting 5,500 shares every January as part of his compensation. That was part of the deal. So there's sketchy part number one. This is not sketchy on Adam Aron. I'm just like, this is where the lawsuit generated from. So why would you make a bond deal for, for these protected convertible notes, senior unsecured convertible notes that includes the guy who runs Silver Lake to also get a seat on the AMC board as a director? Okay, that's strangely enough. The deal was of the $600 million, 70% of that went to repurchase 24 million shares from Wanda. That's not all of their shares. They sold another 24 million shares later when these convertible notes came live, and I'll talk about that in 1 sec. I'll try and make this quick. But of the $600 million, 70% went to purchase 24 million Class B shares from Wanda. 27% of that $600 million then went to fund a special dividend for Class A and B shareholders. This is what I talk about in my video. That left 3% for ongoing business expenses. So you made a deal for senior unsecured convertible notes of $600 million to purchase shares from Wanda and then give a dividend. You took on debt to pay a dividend to the Class A and B shareholders. And we know that that convertible notes, right, are dividend protected. So this is where the whole lawsuit came in. This is where this lady said, this doesn't smell right. You took on a bunch of debt, $600 million, to then turn around and pay a special dividend to the people who are involved in this, as well as shareholders. When do you take on debt to pay dividends? That makes no bloody sense.
Shouldn't even be able to do that.
That's why the board of directors is named in the lawsuit. Silver Lake is named, and so is Wanda. That's why they're all named as defendants in this lawsuit. And what she's trying to get is the money to come out of this would then go back into the company's coffers, but it's going to be the company's insurance that covers it. Adam Aron's not paying this out of his pocket. He's not paying $17 million, right? So then really quick, I'll just summarize this. And this Lee Whitlinger guy, he's sketchy as all hell. I mean, I'm looking at the entire board on separate videos, but this is where AMC's debt now rose to 4.7 billion. So this is how we got there. We purchased Odeon, UCI, and Carmike, and then we had to buy 24 million shares of Class B shares, which are far more powerful than Class A, from Wanda, which nobody expected, right? And then, of course, 2020, March 18th, the virus of unknown origins shut down the theaters, and Apollo came and offered $400 million against the Odeon assets of $1.2 billion. Adam Aron said no. He made the deal with Mudrick. That's all fine and dandy. But the interesting part is this. Then when we got to January 27th, AMC had the gamma pop or the pop to $20.26, right? We had that run up January 2021. That run up is what triggered the Silver Lake's convertible bonds to become AMC shares on January 28th, the next day. So they were senior unsecured convertible notes due 2024, but they were automatically converted January 28th because of the pop we had in January 2021. It went over the strike price of what that deal was of $20.50. We just barely got over it, right, in the after hours, and that converted them to shares, which they then sold into the market. That's a lot to digest there, but that kind of tells you the Silver Lake story, and Lee Whitlinger is still on our board. Sorry to go on so long, gentlemen. It's a lot.
No, that's perfect. Do you mind if I throw the link up to the video? Tony?
What's
Pantheon,
that?
Do you mind if I throw the link to the video in the description? In the chat, Pantheon?
No, of course not.
Number 89? Okay. Just doing that right
Thank
now.
you.
So guys,
Thank
if you
you
want to
for
go to it,
explaining that. You saved me probably a whole day of trying to look shit up. And I
right?
am going to go watch your video later tonight or tomorrow.
Tony, you probably remember this one. This is the one that had the old AMC symbol on the thumbnail, the original, weight throwback symbol. That's the one, right, Pantheon?
Yeah, it's got actually all of their symbols through history.
Right.
Basically, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 different logos on there. Shows you the kind of the history, and it's
Yep.
got a bar chart that kind of has the dates pop along as you go. It's a timeline, right?
Yep.
I spent a week putting that together. That took a week, man. That was a lot, as Tony does. When you do proper DD, boy, it takes a long time.
That's why I have, not taken the time to go look at what happened in 2018, because I know I've looked through some of the financials going back that far, and gosh, man, it becomes a huge mess trying to figure all that shit out. I'm glad you already did the work. I'm glad you're our friend, Pantheon.
Yeah, Pantheon, because this is a deep dive, right? I mean, you went beyond.
It was a labor of love.
I know. You can tell. The results prove it, right? All right, let me get this link in here for you guys so I can get this video to share, so everyone in the chat can go right to it if you want, either now or when we click off. If you want me to pull up a question while I'm copying this email here we go. Copy this.
3 months ago. Yeah, let's get Pantheon more than 1,300 views on that.
Yeah, seriously. Okay, pasting it right now.
And then
guys should have it.
What's interesting is they sold the 24 million shares when I mentioned that, but then in 2021, from May 13th to 18th, they sold an additional 24 million shares. It was 2 separate transactions of 24 million shares each, which looks like a typo, but it's correct. And you're right, Mass, leaving 10,000 shares.
Okay. And I was going to ask you 2 questions about that I probably have never asked before. Any inkling onto why they would have kept on to those 10,000 shares? And B, before I forget, do you know if all of Odeon's receipts are directly going into the kitty for AMC?
Yes, all of the Odeon receipts, the Carmike, all the stuff that they purchased is all part of the AMC umbrella, and 100% is included in AMC's earnings. Or there'd be a separate earnings for Odeon, right? It's all inclusive. Yes, sir.
And
Pantheon, I'm tweeting this out also, since you're not on Twitter.
Thank you, Tony.
Yeah, and guys, the video link is in the chat, so if you want to pull it up, I put the link directly to. I put Pantheon's channel, and then the video itself is the one I just put up.
I may not have combed my hair. I may not have combed my hair for that video. So
for that one,
yeah, I apologize in advance.
Yeah, Pam's got it. Here you go. There's the channel to subscribe to Pantheon. Thank you, Pam.
And for your question as to why they would hold the shares,
yes,
remaining with 10,000 shares makes no bloody sense, even from a perspective of a mother of all short squeezes. I don't know why they would hold it. I think that you and Tony were probably onto the best theory I've heard was that they were required to. Would make sense. And seeing as how this suit here is coming to a potential outcome with a potential settlement that I guess we get to vote on.
Did you read through the 92 pages of the settlement?
I did not read all 92 pages. I have gone through it though.
Did you happen to notice that part where the lady Lucy Liu, or whatever her name was, Linda Liu, she had to affirm and attest that she has been a continuous stockholder and still a stockholder?
Oh, I didn't read that part yet, but absolutely. Look, if anybody, maybe you guys touched on this, but I talked about it. I did a video earlier today on if you're doing a securities lawsuit. And I'm not a lawyer, but I went through all of the precedents and the legalese of how it works to explain to people not what we should do, but that there is no YouTubers are talking about a current lawsuit right now. That we're going to sue to get our MOAS to happen. Guys, there is no lawsuit. It's a complete FUD. There is nothing happening. And I showed you the precedent because all federal securities court or all federal security suits are forced to go through the federal court, not the state court. And there's specific reasons for that are not in our favor. And on top of that, the outcome, I'll save you the video, guys. It's 35 minutes. The outcome would be we would receive our initial money back plus interest. That's under Section 12 of the securities law. That's exactly what would happen if we sued now.
Forget
And
that.
to your point, Tony, if you're not in the suit, for anyone who sold today and then wanted to sue after the MOAS and say, I'm owed this money, you don't understand how the whole securities laws works. It's not the same as any other law. Securities laws under federal courts are different than every other type of lawsuit. So, it's not like you can watch Matlock and say, hey, this is what we're going to do. It doesn't work that way. If you sold out, you've nothing to do with it. You can't claim because I sold at whatever price, I would have sold in the MOAS.
Right.
What price would you have sold at?
Right.
I know you guys don't like the term MOAS, sorry. In the short squeeze, come on. You can't say I would have. It doesn't work that way in the court of law, guys.
No, you're going to be SOL.
There were some questions being asked on another channel. If I sold today and then it squeezed later and it was proven that there was manipulation, could I sue? And my initial reaction, based on my limited knowledge of the law, is you have no damages because you made a voluntary decision to get out before anything happened or before that came to light. So you're not in the class. You're no longer in the class.
Nobody put a gun to your head and said sell at that price. Right.
Right.
Absolutely not.
You made that conscious decision yourself.
Yep.
Sorry.
Hey, Pantheon, we were talking earlier, and me and Tony have no idea to this, so we'll throw this out to you. Do you know who actually officially does the announcement or the press release to say that the nation has gone into official recession as far as GDP being on the negative 2 quarters in a row?
Wouldn't that be Yellen?
That's what I thought. Treasury. Yeah.
I'm saying that guessing. I can't.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, that's who I would think.
I've never seen it happen before. So when was the last time we had a recession?
I'm a Canadian. I can tell you who it would be in this country.
Who would it be?
Freeland. Christopher
Freeland, right? So that's Yellen is our Freeland, no? Pretty much.
Well, she's our finance minister.
Yeah, that's finance minister. Treasury is a little different, right? Okay, so they're not the same. All right, I guess I'll have to do some digging and find out exactly who that was. There are RICO charges being investigated against certain hedgies, certain CEOs, and YouTubers for colluding to defraud retail of their own profits. Man, is there anyone I can sue for not getting on at 72? They're not coming after me, that's for sure, because I'm still holding on my damn stock. If anything, I'd be suing. They wouldn't be coming after me. Pantheon, what do you? So I caught the very end of your video today. Did you happen to talk about any of the specifics as far as when this was going to be, when this was going to? I noticed. Let me see here where it was in the first or 3 pages. What is this case about? Right. So it goes back, talk about in 2018, and then you just talked about this, the convertible notes in 2024. Is there anything that's going to be different about this 600 million? You said 70% of it was the number of 60. So that's what, 420 million were convertible. And then 27% you said went. So where was the other 27% went?
No, sorry. The entire 600 million was all convertible. Of the cash they received, that $600 million in cash that AMC received, they used 70% of that cash to pay off Wanda, 27% of that cash to fund the special dividend, and 3% of that cash for ongoing business expenses.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But nothing what I talked about in my video earlier was about this specific stipulation and agreement of settlement with AMC. My earlier thing was I already did that before I even knew about that. That's actually from a live stream I did about 4 days ago. I pulled it out of it and extracted it because people were asking to have it as a shorter video than a 4-hour stream. I had no idea when I was pulling that together that this was coming today.
Yeah, you just did
it's weird timing.
Yeah, you just did a what's it called? Premiere, right? A premiere today from a piece of your live, right? Is that what it was?
That's all it was.
Yeah, that was a pretty cool way to do it. I've never even thought of doing that before. So you released a portion of the video and then you were also live while it was playing and chatting?
Yeah, so there was I
Okay.
did it in a 4-hour live stream, and then people were asking, they kept asking where, and I thought I'd just put chapters in it, and I kept getting feedback that people didn't want to go into a 4-hour stream. So I thought it's a boring weekend. It's a great weekend of July 4th, by the way, but it's boring for AMC News until today. So I thought let's pull it off and give somebody something to listen to, and that's the only reason I did it. I don't typically do that.
It's a fantastic idea that you should probably do more of, because
Yeah.
your format for your live streams is very segmented, where you cover a topic, just you talking for 5 or 10 minutes or 34, and it's a great way to clip and just make separate videos. I like it.
Well, there's another one coming out tomorrow on the repo market that I did on a live stream that people have asked, so that one's going to be next. But
Gonna break it down?
yeah, I didn't mean to come here and talk about me, gentlemen. I just wanted to come in and see if I could help about the 2018 stuff.
No. We want to promote your channel. Obviously, I mean, you're part of the three amigos, so we gotta get you. Make sure you're keeping up with the Joneses, right? I love having you on, man. You're a wealth of knowledge. I mean, honestly, it's a blessing to have you here. So, anytime you're on,
Well,
you talk about yourself as much as you want.
You're my boys.
There's a good question here from Dark Latin. It says, why is it that we or AA can talk about synthetics with certainty, but shorts and the enemy like Gasparino can openly reaffirm there are none, even Citadel denying it? I guess that goes for both sides, right? We can, it's speculation on both sides. We can still say that. Why AA can't is because he has legal obligations to not disclose certain things, or especially make allegations that he either can't prove or are just based off theory, right? Unless he has something on paper.
He can say whatever he wants, and he can also be sued for whatever he says.
Exactly.
If
Same thing with Cat Striker.
If the price goes against a short hedge fund, I mean, do you want a $60 billion hedge fund tying you up in court for 3 years?
Yeah, no. Let's get paid sooner than later.
The other channels that say AMC would be immediately delisted and blah, 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 that's all nonsense. But we would incur tens of millions of dollars of legal fees and tied up in court while that all plays out. It's not going to stop our stock from trading.
No,
but it would be expensive. So he better have all of his ducks in a row and have irrefutable evidence before he starts making those allegations with certainty in public. That's what I think.
Pantheon?
Yeah,
you have any thoughts?
Well, I mean, you're innocent till proven guilty, right? So people can accuse you of whatever you want. It's hard for them to say you did certain things without proof, but I think it's easy for anyone to say, I didn't do it, prove it. I mean, you can defend yourself, right? I think I think Tony summarized it well.
Absolutely. Tech We Love says, I've heard rumors that TD Ameritrade has been turning people's accounts into margin accounts and asking for margin maintenance funds, trying to get shares of AMC sold out of portfolios. Tech We Love. I haven't heard anything about that, gentlemen. Either of you heard anything about that? TD Ameritrade in your live streams or Discords? Any rumors?
I heard one guy in New York talk about one girl.
Oh God, that's where this is coming from. Tech We Love.
Yeah.
Come on, bro. Come on.
I've seen people report that margin has been turned on to their accounts in certain apps, and they didn't realize it. Now, whether they didn't realize it before or it did get turned on, the result was that was turned on, so they knew to go in and find it and turn it off, which I think is a good message, right? If you're not supposed to be in a margin account, I think Tony talks about this all the time. If you're not in a margin account on purpose, make sure you're not turning margin on.
I think what this guy in New York said was, I just got word from a friend that her shares got sold because she had them in a margin account. Now we all know under what case they would sell your shares, right? You got a margin call.
Means you're underwater.
They're not just going to randomly sell your shares because you have a margin account. I have a margin account. I have no margin on it. No one sold my shares.
Right.
But if you if your portfolio is dropping, absolutely, they're going to pick whatever the fuck they want and sell it because you didn't meet the margin maintenance request.
Yep.
And if you're not paying attention and you didn't get the message, you're going to lose something. Their choice.
Yep. Clark says, Pantheon, when in September does the transparency rule come into force?
This is a question that I've answered a billion times, and people still keep asking it. So I'm glad Clark brought it up. I really am. I'm glad, because people are still confused by this, because I think a lot of the people that talk about this ramble about a bunch of stuff and they don't clearly articulate it. I'll do my best. There's two different things. Number one is the CAT system. The CAT system is the Consolidated Audit Trail system. That is where they will see all these, who's doing what and what they're tied to. And I mean, Bigums does a great job defining what that exactly is. Okay. That was supposed to come live July 11th. That has been pushed into Q4 2022 with no specific date. It could be October, November, or December. Okay. That is I think what you mean by transparency, because that would be where the SEC could actually see who's doing the transactions. Now, people call that phase 6 CAT, and then they get confused with phase 6 UMR for ISDA requirements. Two extremely different things. The CAT system is Q4 2022. Separate from that is the ISDA phase 6 UMR requirements, which comes into effect on September 1st. That is where firms that were $50 billion of assets under management, that threshold gets lowered to 8 billion. So many more firms are now part of this reporting system that is going to now require collateral for transactions of $50 million or more. That is a very separate thing. It has nothing to do with transparency. So that ISDA stuff is September 1st. CAT system Q4 2022, date to be determined.
Okay, no specific date. Okay. T, you want to hop on Ark Bissell?
Well, that's a loaded question. Eric's like,
yeah, not physically.
You mean on his question? Yes.
Yes.
So 100, let's just say there are 100 million synthetics of AMC out and about. Why is it they can't be seen or accounted for? Seems kind of silly to assume there's any of them out there. So there are all different versions of synthetics, right? There's shorts that we can account for because we have exchange reports every 2 weeks or twice a month, whatever it is. There are naked shorts that the market makers do. There's FTDs. There are potentially derivatives that we don't know about. Go read about Archegos, all the exotic derivatives that he was trading on equities. There are synthetic shares created by options positions where you buy a call and a put and create synthetics. There are rehypothecated shares where someone loans shares to someone else. And I've done some videos on rehypothecation, and all of these are legal. And the accounting for them is all kind of a gray area other than FTDs and exchange reported shorts. So who knows how many rehypothecated shares are out there? Only the DTCC.
True. Yes, good point. Good point, T.
You'd have to do a forensic audit of the DTCC to look all that stuff up.
Yes.
But unfortunately, none of it is illegal.
Nope, it isn't. It isn't. Nope, not until we pass some legislation. So Pantheon's got to go, guys. So I want him to just be able to say bye and shout out his channel. So Pantheon, go ahead, man. Floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Tony and Mass, for letting me pop on to help out with the 2018 stuff. I've done the homework, so I was happy to help.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, Pantheon AMC. Search me on YouTube if you want. It's just the Pantheon, but if you just type in Pantheon, you won't find me. Soon you might not find me at all, thanks to Bill C11. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. Anyways, Pantheon AMC. Search me on YouTube if you want to see the videos I'm up to. These guys are my boys. And I just want to say thanks to everybody. Make sure you give both Mass and Tony a thumbs up before the video's done. Thanks, guys.
Pantheon, bless you.
Thank you.
Bless
love you. Thanks for dropping in.
Yeah, love you, Pantheon. Have a great Canada Day weekend, man. I hope you have fun. I think I clicked off. Yep. All right, guys. Let's see. All right, you got Eric's question right? Yes, he did hop on that quick. Eric. He hopped right on that Eric Bissell guy. Yes, he did.
Dark
Let's
Latin.
see.
Put up Dark Latin's question about Jackson Hunter.
Sure. Let me find it. Dark Latin. By the way, Dana, glad you're feeling better. I don't know if you saw I threw that in the chat, but I'm glad that you're recovered. Dark Latin. Where are you, Dark Latin? I see White Irish. I can't find Dark Latin. What the hell?
Dark Latin says, how do you guys feel about Jackson Hunter's latest video? I don't know if you saw it, Massalorian.
No, what did he talk about?
I also did not see it, but I've seen him on Twitter, and I know where he's coming from.
What was he saying?
And look, everybody in this play goes through a roller coaster of emotions, and everybody in this play has different monetary and financial situations in their life. And I know that for Jackson, he's struggling, right? He's said that in previous videos. He's talked about, a couple times potentially being evicted from his apartment. He's living paycheck to paycheck, so to speak. So I get the pressure that he must be feeling must be immense, that he's ready for this play to be over.
Just like the rest of us.
Right. I don't want to talk bad about anybody who's in that situation, because I'm sure there are many people in that situation, and I feel horrible for anybody who's in that situation. But so my heart goes out to him, but also things don't always happen on our own timeline. That's why it's important to diversify, not put all your eggs in one basket. Always have a little cash on the side in case of a market dip. Or, you don't want to put all of your life savings and the money you need for next week in the stock market. You got to diversify your risk. All that being said, the little preaching moment, I'm not going to judge him on what he said, because I'm not walking in his shoes, and my heart goes out to him, and I hope for everybody who's in that situation that the squeeze happens sooner rather than later, and that they can find some extra work to make ends meet in the meantime. That's the best I can say. I'm not going to throw him under the bus. I feel for him.
Dana says he is not alone. That is damn right. Jackson, you are not alone. And I will always be steadfastly and fiercely devoted to Jackson, because he was one of the first ones that was getting me into the AMC after GME spiked. He was the ones that kept me in this and buying some of my first shares ever. So I'm going to get his back.
He's provided a year's worth of solid content, and he's struggling right now. So you got to take it for what it is. He's in the moment. He's living in the moment, and he's sharing his emotions with you.
Yep. Mike, thank you so much. And I will Tuesday morning, I will buy a share of AMC in the morning, maybe more than one, but I'll record it, make sure I put in the video. Thank you, brother, very much. Appreciate you. Have a happy 4th. Me and Tony appreciate all you guys who have helped out with that kind of stuff. It's invaluable. Red Star says, if people are saying there are no shares left, what are we purchasing then when we buy more shares? So Red Star, we have this conversation a lot, right? There's always on any given day going to be shares to sell, right? There's shares that are coming back that are returned. There's always going to be someone, if there's a market for buying and selling, there's always someone willing to sell on the other end. I think that gets lost in the sauce sometimes, that it's impossible there's any shares available today. I mean, look at the volume, guys. Why do you think that we wouldn't be able to pull that? T, what's your thought on that?
Someone asked, I made a community tab post the other day, which some people liked and some people were really upset by. And I knew it was going to be a polarizing topic about why I don't talk about FTDs. We talked about this the other night, right? The FTDs in 2022 are a fraction of what they were in 2021. So I don't ever wake up and see 2 million FTDs and get excited on AMC, but they could definitely be higher than comparable stocks, reflecting that it is somewhat illiquid, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
On any given day, there could be liquidity issues finding shares, a couple million here or there, but
Sure.
a couple million is a fraction of 1% of our total float. So in the grand scheme of things, it's not really exciting to me. Tell me we got 10, 20, 30 million FTDs. You're going to get
story.
my eyebrows raised up, and I'm going to probably buy some call options because something's about to happen.
Yep.
But,
same with the price action. Yep.
But there's always, yes, there's always shares. There's always somebody selling. But what if the shares that are being sold are just this? I like to use this example of what if the actual float, and Martin Shkreli, or however you say his last name, was
Shkreli.
talking about this, and I wanted to go back and listen to it, but he moved it to private. He was talking about AMC being basically illiquid stock because everybody's holding it. And let's just run with that example for a second.
Okay.
Let's just say that 90% of retail and 80% of the institutions, I'm not talking total, I'm just saying if you look at the retail as a basket and institutions as a basket that have it in index funds, but the rest that don't have it in index funds, and retail that is day trading, right? There's some portion that are always flipping shares. Let's say that's 5 or 10% of the float. Those could be trading over and over a million times in the same day.
Yes. Think about how many times they exchange hands. Yeah.
You could have 60 million in volume on 5 million shares trading, just flipping. So I can't get even excited about seeing high volume days and wondering where they're coming from, because it could be the same damn shares flipping multiple times in the same second.
Yeah.
We
just
that
quick. That's how fast algorithmic, and that's how fast this is getting, you know, that's how fast we've gotten. Literally,
and
it's going that quick.
Day traders and high speed trading firms love volatile stocks. So if it can
make money,
if it can move a couple 5, 10, 15% in a day, you're going to see thrashing of those shares as they try and get an edge over the other guy.
Absolutely.
But then, yes, there's still market makers creating shares. We know market makers' job is to create a market. When no one wants to sell, they got to come up with shares, right?
Yep. And they find them.
Yeah. And the days where you see run-ups, the big run-ups is where finally someone runs out.
Yeah. Yep.
They got to raise the price to flip a few other people loose.
Yep. To shake someone to release some shares. Exactly. T's right on it. New Mega says, Mr. Hunter, by the way, New Mega, thank you, man. Appreciate you. Happy 4th of July. And me and Tony, thank you guys for the help. Mr. Hunter has been asking for Cash App donations since day one. I stopped viewing him after a comment on TMI. He for himself, just my 2 cents. Times remind me of a short squeeze expert. At times he reminds me of a short squeeze expert. So New Mega, hey man, I appreciate you weighing in, and I appreciate your opinion. Yeah, I haven't noticed that, but I have no reason to doubt what you're saying at all. The only thing I have about Jackson, honestly, that he's been on the channel a couple of times in the comment section. He's always been a gentleman. He's always been really nice. And when I first started watching YouTube or YouTubers talking about AMC, just specifically AMC, Jackson Hunter was one of the guys who was kind of informing people back in the day. So I appreciate what he did back then. And I hope he makes it through whatever tough time he's going through right now, because I'm sure he's not the only one.
We've seen a lot of YouTubers go through this roller coaster, right? We don't need to name them all, but we've seen a few people say they were selling, or they're getting out, or they don't believe it anymore. And then a week or two later, they're back on the bandwagon. Some of them the next day. So some people just use YouTube as their way to communicate with the world. I wish people wouldn't do that, but I don't hate them for doing that.
No,
if you've spent a year cheerleading a stock and you truly have a change of heart, I get it. I wish you'd just go your own way, but I'm not going to judge anybody.
Yeah. especially me and T being creators. It's really hard for us to come down on someone else because we understand how the bills pile up for doing this. It's not a cheap endeavor. And I'm not saying that, Jackson's spending a ton of money or that even that we are, but it all adds up over time. So I think that he has been a blessing overall to the community, and I hope he gets out of this pickle, whatever he's in right now. I hate to see anyone struggling, especially this long, because we are so deep in this thing. I mean, everyone's coming, it has their breaking point, and that's why we're here right now live, right? We're trying to get everyone to hang on with us, hodl. We're trying to hodl this, right? So we're trying to keep this community together so that we can rely on each other for times like this. So Jackson, if you're listening, man, I hope you're gonna be okay. And you can always come to us if you need something specific. I'm sure all of us would be willing to help you out. So
I've been in that position in life where I was working 3 jobs. Sometimes you just got to do whatever the fuck you got to do. And I know, Massalorian, you've done hard labor. I've done hard labor. Everything, digging ditches, building fences, whatever it takes. Sometimes you just got to get out there and bust your ass 20 hours a day to get out of a hole.
I'm giving up my independence right now. Like literally for me, Independence Day is tomorrow because I'm gonna tell my landlord I'm moving. But I'm gonna be giving up some independence just to stay in this. I'm thinking to myself, financially, this move is gonna help lower my costs, so I can put more money into the channel, more money into helping out everyone, reporting on the news, finding stories. This is going to help lower my rent, right? So
I can tell this to anybody who's thinking about it. If you're thinking about doing YouTube to dig you out of a hole, forget about that.
Yeah, no, that's not going to happen.
Unless you're going to crank out 10
videos
20
a day,
clickbait videos a day.
Yeah.
Forget about it.
Yeah.
Forget about YouTube for a while. Go work somewhere where you can make guaranteed money.
Yes. Loi, happy 4th to you too, my friend. Happy 4th. That's really sucks.
Eric was asking about why is utilization always at 100%? I mean, we see that over and over, Eric, on many, many stocks. And the only time I get interested in seeing 100% utilization is when cost to borrow is in the hundreds of percents. I do not believe the Ortex number on AMC. 100%.
Yeah, no.
100% utilization with 20% cost to borrow. Sorry, I don't believe it.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. RK858 says everyone goes through bottoms. It's easy to say to look on the brighter side, but it's difficult to actually do it. Absolutely. It's okay to reach out. Yeah, man, we're in this together. That is me and Tony's like staple point, right? We are in this together. I feel that way about AMC guys, GME guys, anyone that's in right now and hodling any stocks that have been grossly oversold and underappreciated and now have come back to rise from the ashes, so to speak, and start making some profit. Hopefully that's going to be this quarter.
I talked to a few people in DMs on Twitter that are struggling also mentally. And my general answer is you also have to realize every freaking stock out there right now is getting hammered. The entire market is down. You can't be mad at Adam Aron or AMC or GameStop when you see what's happened to Twitter and Tesla and Amazon and Facebook. And pick your stock. I mean, 90% of them are down 20 to 50% right now. We are in a recessionary market, inflationary economy, liquidity drying up. Everything is expected to go down, and no one is to blame except the people in charge of the administration and the Fed.
Yes.
This is not Adam Aron's fault. Adam is doing the best he can, and the fundamentals of this company are improving. Of all the meme stocks out there, this is the one showing real progress.
Yeah.
Name one other stock that has improving fundamentals.
GME maybe? They don't even really. Compared to
No.
AMC, they're not. They're not.
No.
They have
Not
there's good
improving
speculation.
fundamentals.
No, right.
No.
Right. As far as the bottom line, bringing in cash, AMC is on a much better trail right now.
This is, I get it. People are mad because he's not going after the hedge funds. That's another topic, but fundamentally they are doing the right work. So be patient and do whatever you got to do to hang on until the market turns around, because it is tough for any stock to fly up when no one's buying, no one being big money. We are not the people driving the big price moves on this stock.
Nope.
Big institutions are the ones making things happen.
Lupe, good evening, my friend. He says, hey, Massalorian, what's with the hedge fund supposedly buying back 8.1 million shares last week from the previous week? So we talked about that, right? That happened on Friday, T, right? There was 8.5 million or 35. What was the total? It was 8.1 million shares. Right?
The Russell 1K rebalancing shares.
Yes.
Yeah. You know, what a fun topic.
To explain to Lupe.
Man, I'm gonna make some people upset here, and feel free to correct me. Any of you YouTube content creators, reach out to me, DM me, send me a message in this video comments or in the comments right now. But I hear people say all the time, you know, they're buying the shares today, but they're gonna show up on the ticker on the price in 2 days. When you see it on Friday in after hours or during market hours, whenever, that is the transaction. The buy and the sell happened that day. It's reported. That's it. The only thing that happens 2 days later is settlement. The transaction, the tape print happens the moment you see it. There's no 2 days later the price is going to go up. I don't understand why people are saying that. Trade reporting happens by regulation within 10 seconds, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe less. Yeah.
I mean, if I recall the FINRA rules, I posted it in Discord a couple days ago. The regulation stipulates within 10 seconds maximum. It's usually milliseconds.
Yeah.
Settlement is a couple days later, but that is not the transaction date. That's settlement. That's just back end accounting. So
yeah, we talked about this the other day, right, T?
As far as I'm concerned, and again, I could be wrong. I'm happy for anyone to prove me wrong, because you know it'd be a learning moment for me. Settlement does not affect the price of the stock. The transaction is when it happens. You either get it happened in a dark pool and you got no price movement, or it happened on a lit exchange and you got price movement, and that's it. That day, Friday, it happened. It's done.
That's it. Yep. Yeah, I don't know where that came from just recently, but I've seen that too, and
I hear it all the time, every week.
Yeah.
Every week I hear it.
Yeah,
especially around options. You know, maybe options if they didn't hedge, right? If they didn't hedge for options and they got to go find them 2 days later, maybe. But also you got to keep in mind with options on Friday, most of the time they're fully hedged already at every moment. How many times have you heard people say the price is going to go up in 2 days on Tuesday next week, and it never happens? As far as I'm concerned, it never happens, right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen it go up on a Tuesday because of this options thing people talk about on
not
Friday?
Specifically because of that. No.
God damn, I hear that every freaking week for the last year, and I've never once seen it do anything, because market makers constantly hedge. They're constantly buying shares so they're not caught off guard and don't have to go buy it 2 days later
and get screwed and screw themselves. Yep. Dana says, I can't quit you. Oof, talking about Adrian. Cameron says, because people pick and choose the info they want to hear and refuse to take the time to actually understand what they hear read. Good point, Cameron. A lot of people just skim over things, and I'm guilty of that as well. Depending on the time.
No, you're not.
I absolutely am. 100%. Ches says a lot of people are clueless how the market internally works. Yeah, Shay. Well, that's the thing, man. Listen, I don't know if you're female or male, but a lot of people in this play right now are new to the market. They've never traded a stock before, possibly in their life. I mean, there's probably a good majority of people who are on certain channels watching certain YouTubers that do not understand the market. They probably, their first stock they ever bought was AMC. They might have under 10 shares, and they're hoping it goes to 100 grand. That's not me and Tony or Pantheon's channel or Casey or any of those guys, right? But there are a lot of people out there like that. So I get it. I understand why there's a confusion. This is very new. We haven't been able to liberate the market, so to speak, with the brokerage apps and being able to have it at your fingertips and not paying a commission fee. Really, it's really liberated the market, and not saying it in a good way, because obviously it's been a disadvantage to retail. But it has quite liberated the market, whereas anyone can get in on it. So you're not talking about seasoned veterans who have been in the market, went through the 2008 crash, saw everything that happened up till the pandemic, right? You're talking about very green investors who don't understand some very basic concepts because they just haven't been explained to them. That's all. I
hear it on other channels too that have nothing to do with AMC. BBIG options chain is so full. Tuesday we're gonna rip.
I know.
When they got to cover those shares. I was like, that's not how it works. Market makers always remain delta neutral, risk neutral. They constantly are buying and selling shares, so they don't have to go fix it on Tuesday.
Yep. Ed says, has Kat been sued? So Ed, they did send her a cease and desist letter. I did a video on it Friday night. But I think I don't know if they have a case or not. I didn't give Kat any legal advice. I just gave her some things that she could send back to Citadel if they threaten her again. That's about it. But she's just been sent a cease and desist letter. I guess she was proposing to put up a banner, some type of banner about Ken Griffin lied, and they didn't like that. So they have threatened her with a lawsuit at this point. That's as far as I think it's gone, right, T? As far as I know.
As far as I know.
Yeah. Rock and Rossi says, do you guys think they'll prop up the market because of midterms? I know data shows recession. Rock and Rossi, I don't know if they can. I don't know if they have the ability to do that unless for some reason the Fed decides not to hike their interest rate again in July, which I find very hard to believe that they would do right now. That seems yeah.
I'm just going to ask Jam Bams if you could not block comments from people that are members of the channel, like Sergeant Beef, one of his messages.
Oh yeah,
deleted.
Yeah. If anyone's a member, definitely don't want to block them. I think someone just put Bam Jams on as a mod tonight, right?
I did, yeah.
So, okay, it might be his first time.
This is just a teaching moment. If they've got a badge next to their name. We don't do much censorship on here. In fact, I'd prefer nobody's comment get blocked.
Touche.
Unless they're insulting somebody specific. This is not we don't censor on these channels.
Yeah, I definitely, especially not on my channel, because I get I'm censored all the time, so I have a real issue with that. So I try never to censor anyone speaking unless it's completely derogatory, like some of the ladies. Kate wasn't used. She only got a cease and desist. That's the best they have. Yeah, I agree, Liz. I agree. That's the best they can do. PM Righteous says, do you guys ever sleep? Well, I got tomorrow off, PM Righteous, so I'm going to take a nice long snooze tomorrow. That's for sure. Paper Tiger, good evening. How's Michigan, man? Happy 4th to you. She has her lawyer review her messages each time. I think she has this covered. I agree, Paper Tiger.
I hope she does.
Yeah, I hope so too. I would hate to see Citadel come after her. I can't believe they're going after some random chick on Twitter who's a hodler of AMC and GME. Like, what a piece. Any thoughts on the crypto platforms getting vaporized? Voyager most likely is gone. Who is next? George77. George, how you doing, man? Hope your mom's doing okay.
What's up, George?
Any thoughts? Any thoughts?
I have a bunch still on Gemini, but I'm moving it tomorrow to my Nano Ledger because I'm worried, and I think you should be worried.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a couple big ones that will still be around, but all these, I was asking this question to my crypto buddy when he was talking about these insane interest rates he was getting on coins. And I said, who's paying for that? He's like, I don't know, but isn't it great? And I'm like,
you ever thought to yourself, hey, where's that money coming from?
yes, I thought to myself, I'm like, this
Yeah.
seems scary to me. You don't just pay 20% without this is coming from somewhere. Well, now we know where it's coming from. It's coming from other people that they were loaning your coins out to, that they were charging even more, for the loan. And then they pay you
a percentage of that.
And keep a little bit. So when the whole thing starts coming down, now you got risk in the entire freaking system. So if you're in an exchange that's paying interest, and that includes Gemini and all of them that are paying interest out on stuff, you have some risk you should not ignore. And until I feel comfortable, I'm moving everything out. I already left Coinbase a month ago, and I'm going to be buying puts on Coinbase. In fact, I might already have some, but because I want to be short Coinbase before their next earnings, because I think it's going to be a train wreck.
Recoup our losses from the IPO, the offering.
Well, I already made my money back from that.
Did you? Okay. Good.
Yeah. I bought the IPO. I sold when it started coming down, and then I bought puts, and I rode it all the way down that big. But then I just left Coinbase alone. I said I'll come back to it and buy it when it settles down. But then then we got to where we're at now. The entire. Right. So I never have gone back in and bought Coinbase.
Yep, me neither.
But I do like the platform as a beginner's platform. But
I think it's great. Yeah,
I'm going to short it or buy puts. I've never shorted anything. I'll probably just buy puts. But I'm not bullish on Coinbase unless crypto has a miracle recovery. And yes, you should be looking at getting yourself a Ledger Nano.
For sure. Rock and Rossi says a financial advisor from Fidelity at the gym told me the market is going to up second half of the year, but already bought SPY puts. LOL. Yeah, I don't know. What are your thoughts on that, T? I mean, what do you think is going to happen as we head towards the elections, the midterms? Let's give two different scenarios. Let's just play devil's advocate here. If we see
is this a Teddy Zane joke?
Where?
Financial advisor
from Rock and Rossi?
That sounds like what Teddy Zane says.
Could be. He just did he, by the way, you're getting feedback on your end.
All right.
Just kicked in. Yeah, Rock and Rossi. Let us know. Is that are you being facetious, or is that an actual financial advisor, not Teddy Zane? I'm not sure. No, she says no. She's not being facetious. Yeah, T, do you have any thoughts on the second half of the year right now? As far as, I mean, I know the summers normally are pretty slow. There's not a ton of action in the summers.
I have said I'm more than 50% certain at this point, 55, 60, that we are going to see another major correction below where we're at right now on the entire market. And I hate that. I hate saying that. But with the Fed tightening, unless something changes, right? Look, if Trump announces tomorrow that he's running for president and it buoys confidence, even though that's a couple years away, or if the Fed says we're easing up on quantitative tightening because things are looking better on the economic indicators, anything could change, right? But the direction we're heading right now, the signals I'm seeing right now, it's going to get worse before it gets better. So I'm seriously considering, finally at this point, God, I should have done this back in November, but I'm finally considering buying some additional downside protection with index puts.
QQQ?
SPY, most likely.
SPY? Okay. Steven Guardado says, coin probably my worst bag hold for long term. I hear you, bro. If you've still been holding on since day one. I know I got in at 408 and I sold at 396, I think, on the way down. I saw that thing coming down and said, whoops, that was a mistake. That's why I never buy IPOs. I reminded myself why you don't ever do that. You always wait to see how the market reacts to an IPO, and then you buy. And I did not, like a dum-dum.
I just want to add that I'm not trying to get rich with index puts. Like I'm not trying to become a millionaire betting on the SPY to go down to 200.
No.
Right. I just want to buy. I want to buy enough at a reasonable reduction on for my strike price from today's current price on the SPY. Like factor in a 15% drop for your strike price and buy enough that you could get a payout to not make you feel so butthurt watching your entire portfolio fall. You get a little bit of payback from those puts to ease the pain.
Take some of that sting out of it.
Because if I'm wrong, if just trades sideways or goes up, I don't want to spend $100,000 on SPY puts, right?
No.
Not trying to become a multimillionaire betting on the market to go down. I just want to offset my risk. I want to hedge. That evil word. You want to hedge.
That's exactly what you want to do. That's exactly what you want to do. Hey, appreciate the subscribe. UPS Delivery Guy 33, man. Shout out to you. Vin Cool says, dumb question. Is there any fundamental equation for the company's stock price, or is their price purely market driven? Vin, which stock are you talking about? Any company? It totally depends, right? AMC wasn't worth $60 in June of 2021 based off fundamentals. That was all driven by FOMO, right? And probably some shorts covering. Let's see.
There are different ways to value a company, but even like if you do a fundamental analysis on Tesla, for example, it wasn't worth $1,200 when it was at $1,200 last year.
No, not even close.
And the way you measure that
was like 30 times.
The way you measure that is by looking at the PE ratio and then compare that to other companies that have positive earnings in that segment. So when you look at a Ford or a Volkswagen and compare it to Tesla, and one has a PE ratio, I'm just making up numbers. One has a PE ratio of 15 and one has a PE ratio of 200. You know that Tesla is fundamentally overvalued at that point. People are paying 200 times forward earnings. That is nonsense. And it is destined to come back to reality. And that's hard to hear when you're in the froth, right? People don't want to hear that.
Don't want to hear that.
That's just how markets work.
Yeah, guys. Yep. Wired Ape says, why does everyone fight the Fed? Shaking my head. What do you mean, Wired Ape, by fight the Fed? Who's fighting the Fed? I think people are pissed at the Fed because they didn't handle that. They didn't manage the purchases like they should have, and they should have raised rates way earlier than they did. They talked about it all last year leading up to 2022, and they never did. They kept saying, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. Oh, but we think this is transitory. No, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. Oh, we think this is transitory. George, glad your mom's okay. I'm very happy to hear that. I was concerned, worried about her. So I'm glad to hear she's safe. Hopefully that war is over soon, my friend. Hopefully. Seems like it might be coming to an end. I saw one of the colonels that's normally on, the big station. Actually, he's not on the big stations. I saw him do an interview the other day saying that basically Ukraine is a failed state at this point. He doesn't know how much longer the U.S. is going to keep pumping money into it. So hopefully this will be over sooner than later. Yeah, Lupe, hit that like button, guys, if you remember. George says, Mass, thanks for asking my mom. She refused to leave, are getting used to war, keep living their lives. Yeah, hopefully they shouldn't have to deal with that though much longer, man. I hope. For her sake and yours. Let's see. Carl J says 2008 all over again. Carl J, I think it's going to be worse than 2008. I think they just compounded 2008. They never really fixed anything from 2008. Carl's the problem. They put a Band-Aid on it. Greenspan put a Band-Aid on it for that little bit. Then they bailed out the banks. And then what did the banks do? They took up all the houses that were owned by people. However many they ended up getting, I don't know, but what was it? Like 7 million people got thrown out of their house back then in 2008 with Obama. So let's see. Man, everybody's throwing G's at Dana tonight. Dana, it's 4th of July. You're getting hit on hard at 12:45 in the morning. Let's see here. How many bear markets? Red Star 731111. How many bear markets has Tony seen? Is it a shakeout manipulation or just a natural cycle? Yeah, this question is a good question for Tony. I don't have as much of a knowledge as he does. The only thing I've seen is 2008 and 2020, but 2020 wasn't really a crash. It was like 10 days, and then we just came right back, right? So we'll have to ask Tony when he gets back. Let's see. Jesse says, hello from New Zealand. Jesse, good afternoon, I believe, right? Or is it morning for you guys? Just finished work. Catch some good talk. Hey, man. Thank you for coming on the stream, Kiwi. Appreciate you. I don't know if Kiwi Girl's still in here, but we got a couple of New Zealanders. I did see that your prime minister was in London meeting with the fine-haired Boris Johnson today, who has a great new haircut. Man, that thing is sharp. Let's see. Is 2000? Joe, Tony, you want to answer that question? Someone asked, how many have you been through?
I started trading right before the .com bubble. So I definitely remember that one because I mostly had index funds for the bulk of my money, but I was doing a lot of options trading on high-tech companies. And I remember when all that went bye-bye because I was making a lot of money. You could buy literally any tech company back then, these internet companies right before earnings and make 400%, 500% the next day on earnings because everything was just nonstop going up. And then one day the bottom fell out and went away for a couple years, right? Some of these companies never returned.
No.
And then definitely remember 2008 also. Those are the two that stand out in my mind.
So 2020 was a blip on the radar compared to 08 and because I remember 08. I don't remember. Well, I remember 2000, but I wasn't in the market back then. I was in college.
When I moved to Texas in the mid 80s, and then I bought my first property, I think in somewhere between 89 and 91. I think 89. I don't remember exactly. Maybe 91, 92. But Texas was coming out of an oil bust. And prices here had fallen just dramatically. I mean, I literally bought my first duplex for $69,000.
Wow.
And now properties in that neighborhood are going for, $1 million.
I bet.
So, and my real estate agent, said now's a great time to buy. Everything's fallen 50% because of people just got wiped out in the late 80s due to oil prices.
Yep.
So, but that I wasn't really investing in stocks at that young of an age. The first thing that I really started buying was real estate. And then I got more into stocks in the late 80s, early 90s, mid 90s, maybe.
Where do you think AMC could be? Do you have any thoughts on? And Eric, I cannot do a Tony Denaro voice. I'd have to practice it though for a little bit because I've never attempted it before. It's a tough voice to crack. I think it's going to be hard, but I will try. What do you think is the possibility of a fair market price? We did look at this a couple weeks ago, right? Wasn't there an analyst who said that they were putting AMC somewhere between $13.50 and $25? T.
I just always
I think you showed that up.
I refer to Morningstar.
Yeah, is that where it was? I think you pulled it up on a live stream once.
I can pull it up again.
Yeah, that'd be great. I forget where you went to go get that, but because Clark was asking how much will 2,130 shares net me, and what I would say to that is, go ahead.
The fair value is very different than what it's going to go in a short squeeze.
I know. I just want to give them the bare bones assessment.
Someone asked me about that on a DM earlier today. Like, what's the fair value of AMC and GameStop? And I can tell you what fair value is, but that does not mean that I think that is what it's going to in a short squeeze.
Yep. Morningstar is good, says Wired 8. Pretty non-biased.
Hang on one second. I'm trying to.
Yep.
My internet is going slow. All right. Let me make this a little bigger on the screen for the people in the back. Screen share.
Carl J says, lost a house and condo in 2008, lost job, and people could pay rent on condo. Jeez. All right, hang on, T. Let me put this up. Okay, you're good. You want full screen?
Yeah, it says fair value AMC $28.62. AMC is trading at a 53% discount to fair value, but they do have it marked as uncertainty extreme, which means that their computer model that is calculating this fair value, it's tough for the model to say this is a high degree of certainty that is really the fair value.
Is that based off volatility?
I do like this because it is a unbiased source for me to refer to, and the bears that watch these live streams can't argue with Morningstar. It's not me making up a price.
Right. And I think that's a good place if you wanted to start for what AMC could go to. Now, we know AMC has hit 72 and change before, and a lot of other numbers. But if you're buying right now at 13.53, there's a good chance that you will be able to see George is right here, 28.60. I think if you buy in at 13.53, it's going to be hard for you to lose money at this point, especially if this quarter comes back as we think it's going to come back. And I think it's going to be high. Even, Tony, I was thinking about yesterday or Friday when I was doing the video, something I'm not even taking into consideration was the extra fee that they're charging for the premiere movies that are coming out, which last 2 weeks. I haven't even been counting that in my head, like, when I've been doing these numbers and looking at them, but I've kind of taken that and not thought about that. But with a quarter this good, that extra little amount of money could add up to be significant at the end of the day,
Yep.
That extra dollar, times 500 or 50 million tickets, that adds up after a while. And every movie that nailed it this last quarter had that for 2 weeks, right? Back to back. So I don't know how much it's going to impact things, but hopefully it's going to do well. Diaz, good night, my friend. Have a good night, man.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, that price has nothing to do with what this stock could go to in a short squeeze. This is just like if you were trying to say, it's $13 a decent buy on AMC as a regular investment, were AMC to go profitable, then it's telling you that it's probably, you're probably getting a pretty good discount to buy at that price right now. As long as AMC keeps on making moves towards going to profitability.
Yep. And we got the movies in the pipeline, guys. And someone said in the chat earlier that recessions normally don't affect movies. I think even Kat actually put in her Twitter feed a couple weeks ago, maybe not even that long ago, she went back and compared the movie theater ticket sales during the Great Depression, and they went up during the Great Depression because people needed something to take their mind off of the sad things that were going on, right? The miserable fashion that everyone was in back then. So it didn't suffer because of that, right? It didn't suffer because of the Great Depression. It actually did just fine. So Diaz, love you too, man. Sergeant Beef says AMC will go to the hundreds in a MOAS, so buy. Yeah, I'm really just trying to give Clark the bare minimum that he can do. I mean, the sky is the limit. I'm hoping to set myself up for life with my shares, right? I'm planning on this being able to retire and not have to look back. So I got my sights high on higher numbers than $28.
I just want it to squeeze so I can have some money to YOLO into GameStop.
See, you're gonna get people in trouble over here. Tony and Mass, I've heard you both say the way AA takes it to the shorts is by having a profitable quarter. However, I don't think that was his mystery plan. What could it be? Thoughts? Oh no, I'm not. That's not what we're saying. We're just saying that we think that AA. I don't want to speak for Tony, but a mystery plan. As far as him, what the word, the pounce, the pounce, T, go ahead. I think your take on this is good, actually.
Oh no, I said that is one of the potential pounces, right?
Okay. Okay.
There's many different pounces.
Yes, that's one potential though. Yes,
I
think
Super Steven. I think Super Steven published this on Twitter, so I'm not revealing anything, but I thought it was a fantastic theory. A pounce theory that I haven't heard anybody talk about recently. In the depths of my memory, I think I remember people talking about it a year ago, but I have not thought of it in any recent memory until he said this. What if the pounce is AMC announcing a partnership with Paramount?
Streaming Paramount?
Yes. I mean, literally, I say one thing. The thing that is going to make this squeeze happen is the unknown catalyst, the thing that right now for the last year nobody's been talking about. And for me, it's going to be a profitable quarter, a crypto coin, or some sort of partnership. And maybe like a AMC Paramount partnership, something that gets people excited and shows you a light at the end of the tunnel where the short's just like, that's it. We're done. They're partnering with a streaming company.
Yep.
And there have been rumors of AMC and Paramount before, right? Like in 2015
there was
or something.
Yep. Yeah, way back. Yes.
Guys, use your imagination. There's all sorts of things that it could be. And I don't have the brain power to think of all of them, but together we could come up with some good ones. And thank you, Stephen, for suggesting that one the other day.
And Vin, good night, man. Have a good night. Thank you for coming by. Wife's boyfriend says box office Minions 2. Like, this is stuff that we're not expecting, guys, right? Like this Minions 2 breaking a record with 128 million over the holiday weekend. No one even talked about Minions 2, right? And here we are popping a record, 128 million on a holiday weekend. Boom, there you go. This is things you can't plan for.
Did you see all the photos of the just absolutely packed theaters this weekend?
Theaters? Yes.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I did. Yep.
It's just
it was pretty crazy on Twitter. I saw him.
See this?
Yeah.
Just makes me, despite all the despair and unhappiness I'm feeling,
it is good to
the
see
economy and the administration and the Karens on YouTube, to see Twitter pictures of AMC theaters packed, it just literally makes my day, because I know we're on the right path no matter what. And it may take longer than we want it to, but we're not on we're on the right path. It just takes patience.
It makes me feel good that back in February and March of 2021, I had the foresight to see that AMC is going to rock again as soon as we get out of this shit. And, we knew we had things that were coming down. There was a lot of things that were planned out before the pandemic hit, right? Marvel had their phase 4 planned out. So we knew there was going to be this backup of films in the pipeline that were going to have to be released back to back, because you've crunched them all up over the last 2 years, and now you're trying to bring them out. So this year could be one of the highest as far as box office revenue we ever see, especially with Avatar coming at the end of the year with Avatar 2. That could be the cherry on top that puts us over the edge. I don't want to say that for sure, but it does make me feel good that I bought AMC back in February and March of 2021, saying this is a steal at $4, $5, $6, $7, $8 a share.
Arthur is insisting that I go see Minions. I probably, after watching all the Karen videos this weekend, I probably do need to go see something lighthearted to make me laugh. Maybe that'll be a good plan for tomorrow.
You might need it. There are people. Yeah, we saw that BioLife. We saw that people dressing up as Minions. He said, going to see the movie.
Sergeant Beef, I'm going to give him a special shout out. He's got his anniversary tweet there up. Thank you for being a member of the channel, Sergeant Beef, for 8 months. Thank you, brother.
Hang on here. Let me put him up here. Sergeant Beef, I got you. Someone said cheer. Oh, Pam said cheer, Sergeant Beef. Let me find you here, Sergeant Beef, so we can give you a proper shout out. That's I don't want to be.
I don't talk about this very often. In fact, maybe only once every 2 or 3 months. But if you do hit that member or that join button down below the video on my channel, that is one way to support the content, support the channel, support all the tools that I pay for to bring you guys these videos. And you then get free access to the Discord, where we pretty much have a seasoned group of traders, options, stock, real estate around the country and around the world, talking almost 24 hours about different plays, not just AMC and GameStop, but other plays, strategizing, bouncing ideas off each other. I don't trade as much personally in a down market, but we're always talking about what is the next thing we're going to make money on. And some of these guys were making on ideas I was putting up, or they were putting up $400 or $500 a day last week. I made on my best day last week, 450 extra. And what else was I going to say? It is $5 a month, so 16 cents a day, and it's not free on purpose, because I don't want it to look like Twitter and Reddit with a bunch of meme nonsense, bad due diligence. This is focused talk, and we're not throwing out 1348 signals on a bunch of dubious plays. If I'm recommending something, it's because I'm pretty sure it's going to hit.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Agreed. I won't talk about it unless I'm positive. Harry Parrott, how you doing, man? Long time no see. Hope you're doing well. Having a 4th of July. Well, a nice 4th of July. Wired Ape says AA was in our AMC Ideas Space Call today. What did you guys talk about, Wired Ape? The shorts don't think they are done, says Harry Parrott. They are doubling, tripling down. There is something more we don't know. Unless they know about some pandemic coming, it's going to shut the country down for more than 2 weeks. I don't know what they could possibly know that we don't.
Well, I mean, look, here's how I look at that. And that's a good question or a good statement. They are counting on the market to tumble. That is almost a certainty that the market is going to go down more. So they're counting on further deterioration of the entire market. And the second thing that I want to say on that is, what other option do they have? Are they going to start covering and let the price just run away?
In a down market like this, why would you?
It's like a Hail Mary at this point. They're counting on the market to go down. They're probably going to be right. And every stock is going to go down if the market goes down. There will not be any exceptions, including AMC and GameStop. We are going to go down. I've been telling you guys for a year, this whole negative beta thing is nonsense. And you're seeing it play out. We have days where we squeeze. That's not beta, right? Beta is not measured in one day. It's measured over time. And we are not a negative beta stock.
Nope.
So that's what they're counting on. That's what they think they know. And they're probably right. The market is probably going to go down. Just pick up a newspaper.
Yeah.
Recession's coming.
Yes. True. I think I still have this.
Huh?
I think I still have this. Yeah, there you go. Oh. You see it?
I see it. What's it say? Brace yourself.
Brace yourself for the drop.
Yeah,
this is New York Times.
That's why they're holding.
Right, exactly.
And they're probably increasing downside bets on everything, not just AMC and GameStop. You got to widen your view. Everything is being bet against right now. Everything is going down.
And they are going to hope that they are pushing people and squeezing them out with this economy taking the dump right now, right? They're going to hope that you are going to be saying, I can't hang on anymore because I need money.
They're going to short. They're going to downside bet. They're going to drop everything. And then once you have all gotten out, they're going to close out their positions and buy it up and ride it back the other direction. That's textbook Wall Street. And it's going to happen in stocks and crypto. You're all going to get flushed out. Not you specifically, but retail in general across the nation is going to get flushed out because they're scared. The fall is probably going to be severe and quick. Everybody's going to sell. And then then it's going to be over and boom, right back up just as fast, because they're going to go, these big money guys are going to go back in and say, got them, and go in and start buying.
Yep. Do you know
That's why
anything about
as much as it pains me, I'm not selling, because I don't want to be out on the day that it bounces back up. I'd just rather protect myself with downside puts, hedging on the indexes. Wendy D says, am I in voice chat during the day? Wendy, there are some people in voice chat during the day. I'm usually too busy researching stuff to be on voice chat. But we get on voice chat more in the evenings. Sometimes we've been playing poker in the evenings too, which is pretty fun when we're done working. But I can be on voice chat if there's people that want to talk about something. I'm usually just sitting right here at my computer working. Mass, no toothpick tonight.
Oh no, I got toothpicks. I got plenty of toothpicks.
Dark Latin says, Tony, I thought some say AMC can't go under 10 because cost to borrow increases 35% or something. I mean, Dark Latin, we've seen, look at Revlon and Redbox. We had cost to borrow 800%. There's no limit on how high cost to borrow can go. Is it possible for Tesla to tank? There's people in our Discord expecting Tesla to tank.
Yeah, Michael Burry is, right? And so is in Bill Gates. He's short on Tesla, remember?
Yep.
Eric says, Mass, don't ignore this. Boston hat comes off and 49ers hat goes on. When Brady suits up in a 49ers jersey, I'll put on a San Fran hat. Not a second earlier. Dana says, RK, after Moas, you're gonna have to beat them off with a stick. Who, the females? What do you got there?
For George, I don't know if you can see this.
Oh, yeah. Can you put it a little close? Oh, it's blurry.
Ledger.
It's not,
this is a Ledger Nano S, as in Sam. Ledger Nano S. This one's the S Plus. There are fancier ones with a little more expensive display screens, but the Nano S is a decent middle price cold storage wallet. I'll try and get that video out tomorrow on the setup so you can see it more up close and how to do the install, setup, transfer your crypto, etc.
If you guys want, that is it's a link to that Ledger Plus that T has. That is a link to go look at it to see. It's actually only $79 right now. Get it for.
I ordered mine on. I have two of them now because I couldn't find my other one. But
oh, really? You have two?
I ordered this one on Amazon and it was here the next day.
Oh wow! Oh, you got next day delivery with it? Okay, so they got them at the warehouse then. Okay,
you can get them at Best Buy.
Okay,
but I don't. My car gets not good gas mileage, so I don't like driving.
Yeah.
Corbin
yeah, you got
says,
a tank, right?
Tony, can you see if Sundial selling puts? Management was approved to sell them. CEO said we would know, but I don't. I don't know if there are options available on Sundial because it's so cheap. But and I have some Sundial that I bought at 50 cents just in case. It's another one of my Vegas stocks, I call it. I just spent a little bit of money on it. If I lose all of it, it's not a big deal. If I turn a few $100 into a few thousand because it pops to $1 or $2, that's just that's a little bonus. But I am not a big believer in Sundial. I have some along with Aurora Cannabis, and I want to add some Tilray, but the administration kind of lost the momentum, and the Sundial's facing a reverse stock split. So it's not the best story for Sundial right now. I know what the other guys are saying.
Yeah.
I own it even, but I'm not a believer in it. It's extremely, extremely speculative.
Frozen State says there are options. I have 10. Yeah, I don't know if you can still get options now, though, Frozen State. I don't think you can get options on Sundial right now, can you?
Yeah, I wouldn't waste money on options on Sundial. Personally, I'd rather just buy the stock because you can hold that without having to worry about them expiring if it doesn't happen in your timeline.
Why did SI drop and AMC price hardly move? SI percentage, ask wife's
Yeah,
boyfriend.
that's a great question.
That's a good question. Yes.
Do you want to? I have a thought, but do you want to share yours? Do you have one?
No, not necessarily. Why would you think that SI going down would not make AMC move at all?
Yeah, because here's what I think. The only logical explanation I could think of is the market was going down those days.
Okay.
And so they were selling into, they were covering in lack of buying pressure. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
You follow what I'm saying?
Yes.
If it's a couple days where nobody's buying and they see that and the market's going down and people are scared to buy, that's a great opportunity to cover a little bit, because
Absolutely.
you can buy to cover without affecting the price. Just do it in little doses throughout the day.
Yep.
That's what I think. I mean, that's the only logical, rational explanation I have of how that could happen.
Yeah. Yep.
I know we get used to seeing that the price moves up when they cover, but if the market is plunging or going down, that's a great opportunity to cover. When you don't want to cover is when it's going up, because then you're just adding to the upward pressure. So they would prefer to cover on a falling market day.
Right. Yep. That's when you would assume them to do it. Yes. That makes sense to you. That's a good answer. I didn't think of it that way, but yeah, if they've seen no volatility in the last couple of days, no buying pressure, yeah, that makes sense that they would just increment in small increments, right? Go in and do that. Absolutely.
I mean, what was that? How many shares were covered to drop it 1% or 2%? The short interest, 10, 20 million,
something like that. Yeah, 15 million. Yeah.
I would need to look it up and see what the amount of shares covered were. But I mean, on a day where the volume 60 or 70 million, that's easily snuck in if nobody else is buying that day
without even noticing it. Yeah. Yep. Let's see. Ed Backwater says, you guys know weed is illegal, right? You mean federally, Ed? Yeah, I think that's why there was so much hype about it, right? A lot of people were assuming that maybe the administration would come in. I never remember them running on the campaign saying they were going to legalize marijuana. I don't remember Biden specifically or Trump for that matter. They probably should have done it back then. But, I mean, even Massachusetts weed is legal right now. Yeah, talk to BioLife. It ain't legal where he lives. BioLife will tell you. And Dana, that sounds don't tease me, Dana. Let's see. Safe bank account is step 1. Bliss says they decriminalized them all. Yeah, so I think what a lot of people were looking for was an actual federal decriminalization, right? And that would have definitely helped Sundial's cause. But at this point, I barely even hear them talking about it. Barely.
It says the return shares on Thursday and Friday were 14 and 17 million. That's way higher than we normally see, right?
Wow, really? 14 and 17? Jeez. Hey, happy 4th, Snookaroo. Let's see. 24 The Money says, can you comment on how AMC holders from early 2021 hold real shares? And these are the ones that shorts need to cover. People who bought, say, last week are not holding the real shares needed. 24 The Money. This is such a hard thing to try to to explain because of the misconstrued conceptions about it and what people have said on other channels. Because I know people have said that there's only real shares if you bought them before the run up in June. I don't believe that. I think there's many shares that were sold after the June run up that were real shares. I don't know how you can prove one or the other, but you know, T, you want to comment on that?
If I had a clown horn, I'd be honking it right now. Not for the question, not for the person that's asking the question,
No,
but for the person who's making all the videos saying that.
Right. Yes. You borrow and just don't sell them to the market. Wired Ape. Marijuana Moment had a lot of source about what they're working for the cannabis laws. Arthur. Oh man. At this point right now, Arthur, you're probably right. I'd probably be done for. Good evening, new guy. How you doing tonight? JM Baron says, Massalorian, can you please check Discord DMs in Pimp? Yes, I will, Jam Bams. I will. Yep. I was just on there actually earlier today. I was sending Adrian a message on Discord.
I'm a professional has a good question.
I'm a pro.
I'm a pro.
Oh, damn.
Why am I still holding? Because the price is dropping. Can you find it?
Yeah, I got it. Yep. Got it. There we go. This one?
I got 2 or 3 answers. Number one, everything in my portfolio is falling, so I'm not holding AMC to a separate standard. Number 2, and more importantly, the fundamentals of the company are improving. So I see a light at the end of the tunnel for AMC, especially if we are able in the next couple 2-3 quarters get a profitable quarter. So those two things combined, we're facing a market correction right now. This is not AMC falling in a vacuum. So I don't hold I'm not faulting AMC for falling. And I see the fundamentals of the company improving. So I think the short thesis is going to eventually be wrecked. And I don't see this community falling apart. So those are my personal reasons why I'm still holding. Mass, you got any comments?
I'm still holding for myself, but for all the people out there who bought in at 60, 50, 40, 30, and right now are in the red. You know, fortunately for myself, I didn't buy that many shares in those prices. I got in, you know, before the run up, but I know a lot of people who are subscribed to us right now and that are following our channels are red right now. So I'm holding for them as well. And you know, all the work and effort I put into making this channel was to MOAS this stock. So I'm in till the end, one way or the other. I'm going to go down with the ship.
You're going to go down with the ship?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think AMC's going down is the thing. I'm not worried about it. You know what I mean?
I mean, if you saw 3 quarters in a row of AMC's, revenue declining, you'd still hold on to the stock and say,
oh, well, that's a different story. We've gone in the positive direction since I first picked up a share. I mean, we've never gone backwards. Yeah.
Right. That's the important distinction, right? When you're holding a company like Redbox or Revlon that are going bankrupt or have been valued in a buyout for 50 cents a share, you got to have a different hat on in analyzing that play. You do not want to diamond hand those to zero because they're going to zero, right? Or they're, Revlon's going to whatever they get the buyout, if they get one, or it's going to zero. But AMC's a troubled company with a lot of debt, but they're on the mend, and I'm going to give them the time to see if they can fix it or not. Now, keep in mind, I started buying when it was $7 or $8 a share. So the shares that I bought over the last year higher than $12 are in the red. But I also made a boatload of money on options in June because I will always tell you guys, do not freaking diamond hand your options. I sold all of my options in the run up, and I've bought and sold options 2 or 3 times in the last year in big dips like this. This is a time to buy some options, a couple, 2, 3.
Yeah.
You know, it's worth $100 to make it into 1,000 if it runs back up to $30. And if you get that opportunity, sell those options. Diamond hand your shares if you want, but
take that profit off the table.
Time is ticking on options. Don't let anybody trick you into diamond handing options. Screw that.
Nope. Take those profits. Take them off table. Jennifer
so
says,
I'm fine. I'm fine overall on my play. I'm way ahead.
Yeah, touche. And I'm holding for the people that are red right now. I'm an ape. Told Tony about Revlon. Look at DWAC. Trump expected to announce next round. Yeah, Jennifer, we talked about that at the outset. It was one of the first things we talked about was DWAC for Tuesday. See what happens tomorrow.
I doubled my DWAC position on Friday by maybe stroke of luck. We'll find out. We'll find out tomorrow if there's any good news. And if there's not, I'm fully prepared for DWAC to go to 0. So, but it's another one of my Vegas plays. I have a couple of them. Vegas play means it's a pure gamble. I don't recommend it to anybody who has money to lose, because you could lose it all. But you could get really nice
you believe
jackpot.
in it.
You could get a nice jackpot.
Okay. New Mega, thank you, my friend. He says, do you guys believe the next AMC earnings can go at least a penny positive beat? Does Aaron know something? Absolutely, we could. Absolutely. This could be the best quarter we've seen in years. I have no doubt that could possibly happen.
I was hoping to see $2.5 billion on box office. Did you look at the numbers on the 30th?
I did. I wrote them down.
We didn't quite make it, did we?
We're a little short, but I'm not taking into consideration there's a couple factors I haven't taken into consideration. So, and remember, this is just I'm trying to go off of there's so many 2.3. Yeah, pretty close.
That's not bad.
No, not at all.
So you're saying there's a chance?
What's that from Dumb and Dumber, right?
We're really close to a number where they could. I mean, depending on, they've raised prices on concessions and other things. There's a chance. It's
Bigums, what's up, brother? I see Bigums is back in the chat. And Hector. Good evening, guys.
What's up?
Yeah, we have a chance. We do. George says, Cost is a sleeping giant between meme stocks. Made my money twice already with this one. Yeah, did Cost... Am I imagining things, or did Cost have a little run the other day? Maybe I'm imagining things. Jennifer says, I need to hit 1457 price to be in the green. Well, we should be close to that hopefully by the next week. I hope.
I don't see any problem with us getting over 1457 sometime soon.
Yeah, I think we'll be good with that.
How
Ed
far
says
out
99%.
Rock and Rozzy says, how far out would you buy AMC calls? I have mid-July that I'm gonna let them go all the way. I might roll them on Tuesday, but my other set of AMC options are late August, and I bought those in May, both of them. So I need to make a decision on the July ones. I really don't want to just let them tick to 0. I might roll them. I saw someone asking something about my broker wouldn't let me roll. They wanted me to sell the options and rebuy them. That's the same thing, right? Some brokers have a roll function built in where it just does it in one transaction, but a roll is essentially a sell and buy back. So whatever you do, if you hit a roll button, or if you're on a broker that doesn't have it, just close your options and immediately rebuy them for a later date at the same strike. You just rolled your options. You kept your same position. It cost you a little money. You gave yourself more time. Only do that if you're really confident
Yes. Ed says Trump will be tried in court for treason. What court, Ed? Kangaroo court? With Liz Cheney and Kinzinger? But by the time Liz Cheney is going to be out of her seat before the trial's over. So good luck with that. Prometheus. Does anyone have an opinion on Minecraft now? Minecraft. Oh, Highcroft, maybe. The mine Highcroft, Jennifer? Yeah. Well, it says Minecraft. Highcroft mine. Someone was talking about HYMC earlier, but we were talking about that they just found 12 trillion in Uganda in gold. So I don't know if HYMC's 2 ounces is gonna make a real stir in the market.
When AMC bought Highcroft, I said I was going to wait for somewhere between $1 and $1.20, and we're there now again. And the only reason I keep on hesitating is the fear of a market correction. But I might buy a little bit of Highcroft this week. I'm not going to go all in. Definitely want to keep some dry powder for a drop below $1. I know that's going to piss some people off that I said that. But I also said in March you'd be able to buy it under $1.20 when it was at $3.
You did. Yep, I remember that. You did. Hector says this was posted on Fintel. Can anyone explain this? March 1, 2022, AMC Entertainment Holdings Inc. has filed a financial statement reporting shares of float of 29 billion. Hector. Clearly that's wrong, right? Oh, wait. Has filed a financial statement reporting shares float. That doesn't make sense. What
March
you wrote.
1st.
But shares float of 29 billion. That doesn't make sense.
I don't know. Multiply the float times the price on March 1st.
Do we know what the float was then?
I mean, just figure 500,000.
Yeah, 516.
What was the price on March 1st?
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. It was. Man, when you have Restream running, your internet is so slow. Is yours the same way, Tony? Your internet is slow. Thank you. Yeah, whenever Restream's running in the background, everything takes an hour to load. Just trying to pull up a chart, it's like ridiculous. 18. Okay, so let's do the math on that. 18. Let me pull out the calculator. Calendar won't help us. Calculator. Let's do 516 million, right? Because we got that number right after earnings call. That was right after 516.
New guy says I have 150 contracts at 15. Yep, I'm down on mine also. New guy, I bought them in May. $16 and $20 strikes, and I'm in the red on those. I'm with you,
Hector. That's probably a misprint. It's 9 billion, not 29 billion. That's probably the problem. It's 9 billion. If you times the float at the price that it ended at on March 1st, we'll give you $9 billion, not 29 billion. Again, this might be just a thing, Hector, of so many eyes on something, and there's some kind of mistake that's somewhere. And I'm not saying that all of it's a mistake. I'm not saying that some of it isn't sinister or nefarious. But I think because there's so many sets of eyes on these, especially AMC and GME, that sometimes these things get blown out of proportion. And I'm not saying that's the case here, but a lot of times it is the case. What are we going to say, T?
Oh, I was just wondering where he's pulling that up. I have Fintel opened up here. Which tab on the AMC page?
You want me to pop it up?
There's so many. I'll wait for him to follow up.
Okay. Sergeant Bates says, Sufane CPR, bonjour, dude. Guess I'm in the arm wrestling too. FOMO en masse. What you guys are talking about? Arm wrestling. D. Hendricks says, yeah, happy 4th of July, beef. People, my suggestion is to know what you hold in AMC, know where you're going with it, and when you want to sell. When things go down, chats and video will go dark and get pulled. There you go, D. Hendricks. I think, well, I know a lot of us have been in this play for a long time. We've had our planned out for ever, right? So I hope you guys do have a plan, though, and me and Tony will try to be here as much as possible when this thing goes down. Steven says, how do we even know who's buying and selling? They control what gets sent to the market and what goes through all the other places they use. Why can't they hold buys until a week or month later? Well, what's the best way to explain this, T? As far as them not being able to hold for that long a transaction like that when you're buying and selling through your brokerage app. I'm assuming that's what Steven's addressing here. As far as he's talking about the brokers, right? Or is he talking about the market makers in this?
When you place an order, you get a confirmation within milliseconds. There's no such thing as buys being held. You'd hear millions of people screaming that I didn't get a confirmation. And then I know they're going to say, well, they're just sending you a confirmation, but they didn't really buy it. Again, if I had a clown horn for that guy in New York, it's a fucking clown.
That's where it's coming from. Yeah, Steven, you got to get off Luke's channel. He's going to drive you nuts, bro. You'll go crazy. Adrian says the speeders are going to queue mass at this point. That wouldn't be good. Rev is funny because... Hold on. Sorry, guys. Chat's going quick right now. I'm trying to catch up. Rev is funny. It is, in my opinion, makes up doers well in the recession. I'm guessing supply chain. Oh, I don't know if that's what the issues were. I think it had something else to do with besides that. Adrian, is there mud involved? Oh my God. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Oh, Pantheon's back in the chat. Make me a balloon bicycle, you damn clown. I want a squirrel balloon. Make me a squirrel balloon. Did you hear about WWE Money in the Bank women's match? Liv Morgan wins, then beat Rousey for the title. The writers for WWE are idiots. I thought Rousey was going to fight Gina Carano. What happened to that? The chat has officially went to hell, says Arthur.
Wired Ape, thank you. You have our professional respect, Wired Ape. You're a valued member of the community.
Absolutely, man. I try to pick comments up all the time.
Yeah, Sufyan, what's up, friend? Sufyan is our resident CPA in the Discord.
Where is he?
When we have CPA questions, or even if I'm struggling with a balance sheet or a cash flow statement, I always have him double check my work.
He's in Discord with you guys?
Yep.
Right here? Okay. Nice. Excellent. You guys have a CPA, and that's great. Hanzo, how you doing tonight? Happy 4th. Happy 4th to you. I hope so too, Jana. I hope so too. Tony, can you explain, says Shad DeGeorgis. Tony, can you explain an FTD if the buy is immediate?
FTD comes through the settlement process. So there's a buy and a sell, and that hits the tape and is reported to FINRA, and it either affects the price or not, depending if it was in a lit exchange or a dark pool. But then you got the settlement, right, where they're supposed to exchange cash for shares. Well, if the shares don't show up, that's a fail to deliver. That's the settlement process. And
I think people are confusing those two. They're two separate interactions, right? You have the buy and sell, the immediate, and then the settlement, which happens +2, correct?
And then there's a process. Gosh, maybe I'll do a video about this because I don't have it all memorized, but I have looked at it many times over the last year. There's a certain number of days. What is it? 5? Help me out, Bigums. They have like 5 days to resolve the FTD. And if enough days go by and enough FTDs are showing up, then they get on the threshold list. That's where I start getting more excited, when they're on the threshold list. Another common misconception about FTDs is that you add them all up. And you look at every FTD in June, there's 40 billion I'm making up a number. There's 20 million, 100 million FTDs in June. FTD for the day is not cumulative with every other day of the month. If they report an FTD for June 15th, that was any FTDs that were not resolved from the day before, plus new ones minus ones that were covered. So each day is its own data point. They're not added up. And I see the clown channels adding them up all the time. Like there's 20 billion FTDs. And okay, maybe there are, and I have said this many times, they're probably quite likely, I will allow the fact that they have found out ways to hide or reboot or reset FTDs, and they've gotten better at it. So the numbers we're seeing are lower. Absolutely a possibility, right? There could be tens or hundreds of millions of FTDs. I can't prove there's not. But by the process they have, FTDs, you don't look at the list of the numbers they're reporting and say, let's add all those up. That's all I'm saying. Could there be shenanigans going on to hide failures to deliver? Absolutely. I don't have any way to disprove that. So I'm not going to comment on that. And there have been legit people provide explanations of how that happens. And that totally could be a thing. I'm not calling those people clowns. I'm talking about the people who look at the chart and the bars and say, let's add all these up. That's not how it works.
Yeah. New day, new ledger, right?
Yeah. But I do wonder, like, why are the numbers so low now compared to 2021? And could they have found new ways to reset them, reboot, punt down, kick the can down the road? Absolutely.
That we're not,
they could have.
Yeah, that
Absolutely.
we're not discerning. Yep. That we're not discerning yet.
And I think Biggums has talked about this before. Like, gosh, I just don't follow FTDs every day. It's not my area of expertise. I think that they can even reset them with options. Don't quote me on that. If Biggums is still here, maybe he can tell us. There's a lot of
Biggums,
ways.
If he's still in the chat.
Huh?
I said, if Biggums is still in the chat, he might know.
Yeah.
Try to find the answer to that.
I think there are numerous ways. They can even probably borrow from somebody from that big borrowing warehouse.
Did you see the comment up on the main stage right here?
Biggums, I was just asking, aren't there ways other than finding shares that they can reset a FTD, like through options that you have talked about?
As soon as I see his answer, I'll put it up. Eric said your fine Tony Denaro is the only FTD he needs. That's your boy. Here we go. Bigum's got an answer. He says, yeah, they can reset FTDs with sham resets and sham closeouts through ISDA contracts. This is one of the main ways they got off Reg Show in the Overstack lawsuit.
Yeah.
Got it.
So that I 100% agree with. I'm not, when I was talking about the clown channels, by no means am I talking about Biggums. I'm talking about some of the more silly clickbait sites that take a chart and then add up all the bars they see on an FTD chart and say, in the past 10 years, we've got 200 billion FTDs. That is not how it works. That's all I'm saying.
2 billion. Yeah. Yes. A date of record is what naked shorters fear, correct? This would expose the number of shares held in the brokerage accounts around the world. Date of record for the purchase. Rock and Rozzy, have a good night. Thank you very much. And have a great holiday. You didn't get me, Carl J.
I don't know what that question is asking.
I'm trying to look and see right now if I can find
24 The Money's been asking some great comments on my community tab about FTDs, though. I like it when people ask questions that make me think. And he's thinking too, which I like. I appreciate that.
Oh, a lot of people are thinking. How are the FTDs even possible if transactions are complete when you get notification? So all right, there's a couple things, right? Before the settlement date, there could be delays or errors confirming or matching trades. Maybe the seller doesn't have the necessary securities and they can't borrow them or purchase them. There's a number of reasons, right? T, what are some other reasons? Like I can't think of like
why they don't deliver.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's say FTDs is not my. I don't spend every day looking into FTDs. I know just enough to talk about them at a high level. This is really something to bring a Bigums in and talk about. But let's just say that TD Ameritrade and you guys are going to have to forgive me if I butcher this, but let's just say if TD Ameritrade and Citadel have a transaction where they're swapping 2 million shares and one of them, whoever was the seller, doesn't actually have the shares or couldn't find them, they might not deliver them on the settlement date. They might be able to find them the next day or 2 days later or 3 days later, or they might just, there's a process where they can get up to 35 days to deliver them. This T plus 35 that you hear about, the exception process for FTDs.
Yeah.
They have their ways to get a lot of time. And that's where it gets really interesting when we see the FTD number growing every day. Then, if you start seeing that number go up and up and up, like we did in 2021, they're having problem finding shares.
Yeah.
But right now, when I see that number so low, 1 or 2 million, I think either they found a better way to hide it, or there are some people paper handing their shares. I don't know which. I'd like to believe they just found a better way to hide it, because then I know the squeeze will be that much sweeter. But I can't prove it.
True. Bigham said they are possible through Rule 203B. Market maker can fill orders before they locate shares. After T+2, if they aren't filled, it will become an FTD. Thanks, Bighams, man. Appreciate you coming to the table correct, man. Thank you very much. Pam says I'm not giving up my AMC shares for anyone. Who's trying to wrangle your shares out of your hand, Pam? Some man's trying to get in there. I think that happened on Robinhood last year, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Harold, I think that did happen with Robinhood. I believe you're right.
Is Casey Shaw on vacation all week? I know he went to San Diego.
Yeah, I thought he said he was coming back at the beginning of the week. When I spoke with him Friday morning on the live stream, I thought he said I'll be back by Tuesday or Wednesday.
I'm just asking because someone's asking if who's going to be available to stream during the day. I was going to stream if he's not streaming, but when it's a completely red day in the market, I'm not providing my best value sitting here watching the market go down all day. So I've been working on other research projects for you guys, or working directly with the folks in the Discord, identifying plays that we can make money on. And it's hard for me to figure out plays and watch them that close when I'm live streaming. So,
yes. And Pantheon saying KC is till July 6th, which is Wednesday.
Okay.
Thanks.
Well, maybe
Pantheon.
I'll live stream on Tuesday then.
Yes. Let's see. Bliss says, you all make my days better. What time do we got right now? It is 1:45. So I'm probably going to go for another 15 minutes. So about 2 o'clock, Tony. Is that all right with you?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. All right. So guys, if you got any questions to get in, now is the time. By the way, Bigham just put another comment up. Said, you get T+35. Also, you had Ken Griffin talk about in that interview that they sometimes take days, weeks to months, which is the T+35 expectation. Let's see. Yeah, I think Bighams is in Tony's chat, guys. So if you're not seeing the chat come up, it's possible because he's on Tony's chat. I'm not sure.
He's in my chat. Yeah, it should come up in the restream.
Yeah, it should come up for sure. Casey, Jason says we'll be back on
Unless
streaming
someone
on
blocked
Thursday
them
morning.
on your channel.
No, they shouldn't have.
No, it
Mine
would
should
still
be-
show up.
No. Yeah.
It would-
Yeah, no. I can see him coming through. I can put his comments up, so no one blocked him here. Let's see. If the reverse repo numbers come lower, we will see the SPY break out, filling the gap to 400. Hold on. I didn't read that right. If the reverse repo numbers come lower tomorrow, we will see the SPY break out, filling the gap to 409. Have the reverse repo numbers? Those are coming. Those are coming down right now, right? They aren't putting out as much money as they were, right? On the reverse repos.
I'm gonna not answer that until I do my reverse repo video.
Okay. All right.
It's not something I track every day.
It's
repos and
a
reverse-
tricky subject. It's a tricky subject.
I get it. Everybody's excited about repos and reverse repos, but it is part of how the Fed operates with banks. And so I don't want to cover that because I don't agree with what everybody's saying, but I will make a video on it from a economist, finance, banking guy's point of view. And I mean, it is horrible what the Fed has done to this country, but I don't necessarily agree that it's all everything that it's made out to be. That's all I'm going to say for right now. I don't want to step on other people's due diligence. It's just, it's something interesting to keep an eye on, and it is troubling what they've done.
To
I
answer Steven's
track it
question,
every day.
I don't put any faith in what they're saying is legit since they're self-reported. So I just take those numbers just to run basic numbers. I take off the information they report. I do not take those numbers to heart. I don't believe what they're telling us is all legit. We're probably only getting a portion of the story. Definitely not all of it. That's for damn sure. USC, UCLA moving to the Big Ten. Is that true, Harry Parrott? I didn't hear that. Man, the Pac-10 is going to be in trouble. Vanilla Gorilla says, so let me get this straight. If you didn't own AMC for over 28 more months, according to X dividend date, you're not entitled to a dividend. If you didn't own AMC for over 28 months, is he what is he speaking on?
We haven't announced any dividend.
But is he thinking of GME?
I don't know. If AMC were to announce a dividend next week, they would say something like the X dividend date is going to be July 15th, and the dividend will be paid on July 30th. It'd be something like that. So as long as you're holding it by the date that they announce, you'll get a dividend. But there's no plans to do a dividend
for AMC.
Right.
The stock dividend for GME, Vanilla Gorilla, if that's what you're thinking of the stock dividend that hasn't been announced yet. And you just have to own it before the final date that the announcement gives, right? They'll say you have until September, or, put any date you want there. As long as you're in by then, you're good.
801's asking about drive-ins. Oh,
Got him?
You brought that up too. Adam Aaron actually answered that a couple quarters ago. Do you remember that? Massalorian? Yes,
he said they weren't profitable.
Yeah, the problem with drive-ins is you got to buy a lot of real estate, and you can't really show movies during the day, and you can only turn maybe one time per day. So you got this one big screen where you can show maybe two, or you can show one or two movies a night. And he just said the economics of it don't work. They want to have a screen where they can start showing movies starting at 11
a.m. Yeah.
And you just can't do that with the drive-in. So, and it just takes up too much real estate with all the parking spots.
Yeah.
So I haven't done the economic analysis, but they claim they have. I don't know. Most of the drive-ins in my area have gone out of business. So I think that kind of speaks for itself.
Yeah. 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 It's almost a novelty now, right? If you can find one. Is it possible for the hedge funds to close up short without closing their short positions? No, right? They have to close
up
all
shop,
positions.
like go out of business. Now,
Yeah, they can't leave.
Someone's got to close out that position.
Right.
Either the hedge fund to close up shop, or the prime broker who's backing them if they go bankrupt. Someone's got to close it out. Yes. Someone loaned them that share. It's got to be returned.
Harold says, real estate is too expensive for a drive-in. Just hang on to your shorts, Harold. It'll be coming down real soon. You'll be able to get land on the cheap. Dana says a lot of future customers being made in the drive-ins. You mean...
What was that?
I see. She said a lot of future customers being made in the drive-ins.
Oh, gotcha.
Conceived in the drive-ins, I think is what she means. Let's see. Oh, that's what she was saying. Do you think, hang on. Do you think Coinbase is going to halt trading like Voyager? I just opened an account and was planning on depositing a few thousand a trade, but after reading about Voyager, I'm hesitant thoughts. So Gus, I think Tony has me pretty convinced at this point to pull my money out of Coinbase. As soon as I make this move, I'm going to end up probably transferring all of my crypto onto one of these things that Tony has here. I'm trying to remember the name of it. The Ledger Nano S Plus. Yeah. So I would be cautious right now. I know there's been a lot of rumors turning about Coinbase so far. They've been able to hold on, but only time will tell on that. I'd rather be safe than sorry, to be honest. Frozen State Production says I bailed on Coinbase. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of that going around. Drive-ins aren't dead. I always go. Adrian. Has retail caused any hedge funds to go bankrupt since we've been buying AMC and GameStop shares? Yes, Clark. Well, no, I don't know about bankrupt. We took Citron out pretty hard. Melvin's gone. There was one hedge fund in England that we wiped out. If they had let the metals exchange thing go on, that would have wiped out some funds probably. But yeah, there's been a couple, but we haven't had that domino effect, right? We haven't had that one hedge fund that starts the trickle down effect to everyone else. We haven't had that, whoever that first position is that we really need to take out the knees of the funds going right down the line. That's what we're waiting on. Let's see.
Eric was asking, I think it was Eric asking about best Tex-Mex in Austin. Eric, that can be fighting words depending on how I answer that. So I would say DM me on Twitter and let me know what part of town you're staying in. And if you're going to be walking, Uber, or rental car, because there's a bunch of good places in and near downtown. And we have everything from cheap little taco dive bars and food trailers, which are fantastic, to fancy high dollar Mexican restaurants. So depends on what you're after. Everything exists here. This is one of the homes of Tex-Mex. I'm happy to point out a few, but I need to narrow it down because there's literally hundreds of them here.
What is Tex-Mex?
What is Tex-Mex?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I mean, typical, it would be a plate of enchiladas smothered in cheese and sauce with a side of rice and beans.
Ooh, that sounds good. Okay, that sounds good.
But I mean, it also fajitas, it's breakfast tacos, it's street tacos, the real small tortillas with tacos al pastor. Just, I mean, I could spend an hour talking about it.
Okay. Someone said, Tampa Bay Buckeye said, Masso hits the Edo truck only. I don't hit the California burrito truck. I used to when I lived in California. I'd get the California burritos, but that's not Tex-Mex. Tony's talking about legit Tex-Mex, like down in Austin where he lives.
It's
George,
not
go ahead.
Taco Bell. Let's say
Yeah, it's
that.
not Taco Bell, right? Not even Chipotle, right?
No.
Better? Yeah.
No.
George says my freaking Voyager account is gone, I guess. Did you George, did you get trapped in Voyager? Let's see. Pantheon says, Pantheon helped Vanilla Gorilla out with whatever his question was. Touche, my friend. There you go. Wow, what is Tex-Mex, says Eric Bissell. I'm from New England, bro. I don't know what Tex-Mex is. I know how to eat a lobster roll. That's about it. Let's see. Voyager made all them crypto go for a long time to the crypt, says S. Jackson. Right.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. I don't have anything in Voyager, but 2 days ago, Voyager suspends all trading, deposits, and withdrawals. That's going to be my worst nightmare if I wake up tomorrow and I see that on Gemini before I can move everything else out.
What do you have? Do you have Phantom and Gemini?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have some left in Kraken and Gemini. I've moved everything out of Coinbase.
Okay. You don't have any BlockFi, huh?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, George. A small amount, you say? Harry Parrott says, I can get you some great carne gusada in my town. Is that something I've never heard of before? Carne gusada?
Carne gusada is like a stewed meat. It's excellent if done right. Absolutely. You should look up. Probably don't have a lot of carne gusada in Boston, but
no, I've never heard of it.
When y'all come down here, I can certainly hook you up with some. One of my friends owns a chain of Mexican restaurants here. El
really? Tex-Mex? Yeah. Okay, I've just never seen that before. Gusada. It's interesting. I wonder what's different about it than just like a regular carne asada. It's got to be something
soft stewed beef with a tomatoey sauce.
Stewed beef, not grilled. Okay, that's the difference then, probably, right? The way it's cooked, the beef, I'm assuming. Okay, got it. Oh, it originated in San Antonio. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Oh, so maybe I have had it. RK8, I used to live in San Diego, but we never called it Tex-Mex. Like, I used to live in Claremont, so I went to a couple places there. I lived right outside La Jolla. I lived at college at San Diego State. So I've had tons of Mexican food, just never called it Tex-Mex. Gus says Coinbase is the only exchange I can trade on trade crypto living in New York.
Wicked lobster.
I saw that. Say it like G Sada, Mass.
What did you call it?
Someone said carne gustada. That's how it was written. I'm like, I've never heard of that before.
Carne
gustada. Esada, is that what they meant?
Carne
okay,
gustada.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, I'm messing up all the pronunciations tonight. It's 4th of July. Give me a break. I've had 2 Coors Lights. I'm hammered. All right, T. I'm gonna probably start to wrap things up. It is 2 a.m. right now here. I'm pretty beat. I was running around all day. I mean, I had to go all the way down to Rhode Island and then come back up here, and hopefully we got situation handled for when I'm moving. But
I'm gonna see if I can put some. I'm gonna see if I can put some pictures up here real quick before you leave.
Okay.
If I can find it. This is not really necessarily Tex-Mex, although some people in Austin might think it is. This is one of our. Do that screen share. Oh, you got it already.
Yep.
This is Torchy's Tacos. I would not call this Tex-Mex, but it is pretty popular in Austin. It started out as a trailer taco place. Not Tex-Mex, all right? But Eric, if you want to try something pretty good and it's a decent amount of food, 2 of these will fill you up. The trailer park has fried chicken, green chilies, pico de gallo. What else do I normally get? The Baja shrimp is pretty good. Again, not Tex-Mex. Green chili pork carnitas, green chilies. cotija cheese, cilantro, onions, and lime. That one's a little more Tex-Mexy. This one is very Texan. It's barbacoa with avocado, cotija cheese, cilantro, and there's another one. Oh, we have the Republican and the Democrat. This is a taco with jalapeno cheddar sausage. That was the Democrat. Yeah, the Democrat and the Republican.
So is the Democrat, is barbacoa pork? Is that like pulled pork almost? Barbacoa?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure barbacoa is pork. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Then there's your typical beef fajita. And we got, for the Californians, we got the blackened salmon taco. And we got, for the real Texans, a smoked beef brisket. Not Tex-Mex restaurant, but some damn fine tacos, just about any type of protein that you would like to try. And they have breakfast tacos also.
They look damn good, as the top says. Man, all that food looks phenomenal. Holy crap. Is this the chain your buddy owns?
Nope. This is just one that's very popular locally.
Okay.
Eggs, potatoes, smoked beef brisket. This go get 2 of these for $8 for breakfast. You'll be full past lunchtime. Unless you're the ape father, you might want to order 5 or 6.
Yes.
Chorizo, egg, and cheese. Have you ever had chorizo, Massalorian?
Yes. Sausage? Yes, I have.
I don't know that I'd call it sausage. It's traditionally pork salivary glands.
Oh, then no, absolutely not.
Traditional Mexican chorizo.
No, definitely not. I've had I think I've had chorizo sausage before, like in a like at some type of like a Brazilian steakhouse. Is that possible?
Chorizo is a word for sausage in some cultures, but it's not the Mexican chorizo. This doesn't even look legit, because if it was cooked with chorizo, the eggs would be red from all the juice in the chorizo. Anyways,
barbacoa is beef, T. It is
barbacoa is beef. Okay.
Yeah.
Torchy's tacos. It's worth a visit. I mean, it's not traditional Tex-Mex, but it is very Austin famous.
It looks bomb. Looks really good. Looks better than Jack in the Box tacos, that's for sure. Says Carl J.
All right. Thank you guys for hanging out. Maybe tomorrow, if we're bored, we'll come out and do a Karen reaction bingo YouTube night.
Yeah.
Some of y'all are down.
Yeah, after I get my work done. Yeah. I got a lot of work to do tomorrow. I got to fix the intro. I have to totally redo my intro again. And start putting the names. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I erased my one good copy of the intro that I had, the last copy I have.
Oh, no.
I erased it by accident. Yeah, I thought I saved it onto the hard drive that Pantheon got me, the external hard drive, and I didn't. And then I erased it that day. And so for the last week, I haven't had it. So now I got to make a new one. So I'm going to work on that tomorrow. Yeah. I'm going to work on that tomorrow, getting the new one done.
Just download one of your other videos and clip that portion out.
Yep. That's what I'm going to do. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I got to do new names for all the moderators and then everyone who donated in the last month. So I got to fill all that in and then release it. So guys, thank you so much. Everyone who came tonight, my mods. So tonight we had Pam was in the chat, Liz, Clayman's Whistle, my fave in the chat. Who was the other? Adrian was tonight. Yes. Javi, Diaz. I'm trying to think who did I miss?
Jam Bams,
thank you. Who welcome to the club tonight, Jam Bams. He's going to be our new mod, right? I think we got everybody. Pantheon, thank you for coming by and hanging out, answering questions. AMC Bigums, appreciate you, brother, coming in as always. Both you guys are invaluable to us. We thank you so much. And guys, thank you for spending the holiday with me and Tony and Pantheon for when he was on. And we love all of you. And we're still holding and we're here. So reach out if you need us. We'll be around tomorrow. Hopefully we do get something up and going tomorrow.
If you guys are, if you're interested in Karen Bingo, drop us a comment after we end the live stream so we can see how many people would come back.
Good idea. Yeah, if you guys want to do it tomorrow night, let us know in the comment section, either mine or Tony's. We'll take a feel and see if it's something you guys want to do, and we'll do it. That sounds good.
You don't have to drink shots. You can have a Miller Lite and just sip every time Karen knocks out a bingo.
There you go.
Knocks out a square on the bingo card.
There you go. Yes, and I will check I will check Discord as soon as we sign off. Just understand, usually me and Tony talk for a while after we get off live. So if I'm not right on, it's because I'm still talking to Tony. But yes, guys, I will jump on Discord as soon as me and Tony are off. Thank you guys so much. Have a great holiday tomorrow. Love all you. Have a great night.
Appreciate your time. Happy July 4th. Be safe. Mañana.
Yeah, be careful. Be careful. And glad everyone's feeling better who was sick. All right, guys. I'm out of here. Bye.
Bye-bye.